three. Testing.
Hear you.
Perfect.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Recording in progress.
We are ready to begin the open session to hear public comments before closed session. May we have roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, Pino versus City of Richmond et al., Farmers Insurance Exchange versus City of Richmond et al., and State of Texas et al. Versus United States of America et al. Conference with legal property negotiators. The property is located at 222 Marina Way, Eastern Village. Agency negotiators are Nanette Beecham, Gabino Arredondo, and Susan Block. Negotiating parties, McCormick Barron Salazar and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Conference with labor negotiators, city designated representative, Dave Alshire, city attorney, and unrepresented employees, the city manager. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives are Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level, and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association.
Thank you. Next item, do we have any public comment before closed session?
We do not have any requests to address the council.
If there are no requests, then this open session is adjourned. We will adjourn to closed session. The Housing Authority meeting is now in session. So, shall we have Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Chair McLaughlin is absent and will be absent for the entire meeting. Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Commissioner Cepeda,
Here.
Chair Martinez,
Here?
and Lieutenant Commissioner Scott is absent. Okay.
All right, next item.
Next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing
Hearing none?
Hearing none. Our next item is a report from the Executive Director.
Hello, KCRT, if you could please pull up the PowerPoint. We have just one announcement. Next slide, please. The Richmond Housing Authority will be observing also the holiday closure of the city of Richmond. So from December 26th to December 29th, the offices will be closed. However, the maintenance staff will still be on standby duty. The work order number for any needs from residents is 510-621-1398. And for standby after hours and emergencies is also the same number. That's it for the Executive Director report. Thank you.
Next item?
Our next item is agenda review.
There only being one item, I suppose there's not much to review. I guess we can move on.
Okay, our next item is the Housing Authority public hearing. And that item is to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority annual plan and authorize submission of the proposed annual plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
KCRT, if you could please put up the PowerPoint for the item. Next slide. Next slide. So an administrative task that the Richmond Housing Authority needs to do for HUD is provide an annual plan. The annual plan mentions to HUD of what are the main priority areas we'll be working on in the year, and it's also needed for when we apply for our grants and our capital funding. It's another required document. There needs to be a public hearing that needs to be publicly noticed in the newspaper, which it was done. This annual plan was also brought up to the Housing Advisory Committee of the City of Richmond, which also provided comments, which I will be going over. If you go to next slide. For the annual plan for the Richmond Housing Authority, there's not much change from last year. We continued with our asset repositioning plan that we have with HUD. Our main focus will be either a RAD or Section 18 application still with Nystrom Village and Richmond Village. And also in the annual plan, we provided an update on all the implementation actions of the FARS agreement. Some public comment from our Housing Advisory Committee was to add more information in the section on housing need. Luckily, the City of Richmond had just completed the Richmond housing element. On Section 2, there's a section called projected housing need. I included that in this annual plan, and also the county has a consolidation plan that gives more information on the housing need for the City of Richmond, which we added to the annual plan, which is attached. Next slide. And our recommended action today is to hold this public hearing, which we're doing at this point, and adopt a resolution approving the annual plan. Thank you.
With the report being concluded, the special meeting of the Richmond City Council successor agency to the Richmond.
We needed a motion.
Oh,
If
sorry.
if you want to
Yes.
approve, or else we could discuss.
yes. Actually, do we have any questions? That comes first. Yes.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. I just wanted to put out, would you mind telling us some of the items that you added, and specifically to senior housing?
This annual plan relates to Richmond Housing Authority activities. So the two developments that we focused on were Richmond Village and Eastern Village, which both are not senior housing. They are family housing. However, we did provide a progress report on Nevin Plaza, which, it's in the second phase related to upgrade of those facilities, and also Hacienda, which increased senior housing by 130 units.
So, perfect, thank you. Just because senior housing is very important, so something that we brought up in the meeting is ways that we can focus a little bit more on that, because we're all getting there and want to make sure that we provide for those individuals that are seniors now. So thank you for that.
And there's also good, citywide, besides RHA properties, there's also opportunities for, for other senior housing that we could keep bringing up.
Perfect, thank you. No more questions, thank you.
I make a motion.
We still need to have public hearing. Are
If
there
there's
any public
comment.
speakers?
We do not have any public speakers, but we need to open a public hearing.
Yes.
And we don't have any public speakers.
Okay, so then it was open and now it's closed.
Okay, thank you.
So if there's not any more comments or questions, I understand that Commissioner Bana is making a motion. And Commissioner Cepeda is seconding that. So may we have a roll call?
Okay, Commissioner Bana and Zepeda. Commissioner Bana,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Commissioner Cepeda,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now that we've done all the proper motions, it's time to adjourn this session and start the next session, which is the special meeting of the Richmond City Council successor agency, which is the one that I met. Anyway, it's the one we're doing now. I want to apologize for my fuzziness. This is our last city council of the year, and I'm sure everyone's excited to get things done. So time to start the next one. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Nope.
Hearing none. Next item.
Next item is agenda review.
All right. One item. Shall we hear it?
Okay, so there's no items no items under agenda review. So our next item will be the successor agency consent calendar. We have one item under that item, and we need a motion to approve it.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Motion by Willis,
I'll second.
seconded by Cepeda. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And now we adjourn that and move on to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana,
Still here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Still here, happy and excited. Next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Hearing none.
Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. We had a request to remove item AB 5D by Emily Ross, and that is a citizen. Then we also had a request to remove item AB 10, AB 10E, and I need staff to confirm that they did have a conversation with the person that requested this item to be removed. And staff will be Tim Simmons and Police Chief Bisa French, and they are online. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a suggestion regarding the agenda.
Yes?
I would like to suggest that we postpone item AD2 because there has been no community outreach. So I would like to postpone it after community outreach and meeting with businesses. And since item AB 10E has been
Pardon me,
It hasn't
pardon
been
me,
pulled.
pardon me, Councilmember Bonnet, are you referring to AB2 as the city clerk's item? AB or
AD
A?
as in David, new
Oh,
business?
AD as in David. I thought you said AB.
Nope.
Okay, we are looking forward to coming back on January 16th, so thank you.
Okay, very good. And item AB 10E, if we could discuss it right after consent calendar on top of new business, that'd be great because it's important for the ongoing employment and potential new hirees will be making decisions based on that.
So
Yes.
Mayor, I need confirmation from staff that the citizen did have a conversation with them before this item can be removed, AB 10E.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So we did reach out to the citizen. There were not any direct concerns or questions asked. It was more of a general request to have the item removed. So there was not much of an exchange other than offering to answer any concerns and questions they may have. But there was nothing specific that we could answer. But we did have an exchange, yes.
So are we removing?
Well, it sounds as if a discussion was requested. So I believe we should have that discussion just to honor the request of the community.
Okay. And then also one more item, a request from staff to move item AD 3 to consent. AD is in dog 3 to
Okay.
consent.
I will grant that.
AD3?
AD3 to consent.
Is that, I'm sorry? Is that permissible if it's a first reading?
Yes,
We're not supposed to have
I
dialogue
think it's minor
at the
changes.
first reading?
Yeah, I think because they're just minor changes to to ordinance, we don't need when there's no public hearing requirement, it can go back onto consent.
Okay.
Right, so is there major change in substance?
No,
Okay,
not for 83, no.
okay. So we'll move AD3 to consent.
That's nice.
Can we repeat the items that are being moved? I'm
Removed.
kind of lost.
Okay. So items A, B, 5D, that was requested by the public, and AB 10E is also removed. And then we're moving A, D like dog, 3, back to consent, well, to consent calendar.
Okay,
And then we're hearing the pulled items right after consent? Yes, Bonnet.
I think,
Because two items are going to be canceled from new business, so we can have those at the beginning of new business.
right, so we'll just hear them after new business, since we've canceled two of the new business items.
Okay.
Okay?
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. There was no reportable action taken on any of the items that were discussed in closed session except for one item under C1 entitled "The State of Texas versus United States of America," to which the City of Richmond is not a party. I'm reporting out that the City Council voted to allow the City of Richmond to join the City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles to join in an amicus brief on behalf of local governments and local advocacy organizations to support Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, known as DACA. The litigation that is currently in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal challenges the Biden administration's new DACA rule. The City Council unanimously voted, along with the mayor, to file the amicus, or join in the amicus brief that is due February 1st of 2024. Thank you.
Next item.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the PowerPoint? Next slide, please. For this week, I would like to highlight 5 events, one that took place and those that are coming up. Next slide. One of the fun events that happens in town over the holiday season is the Police and Fire Toy Drive. It took place on Saturday at La Vanya de Jean Middle School. This event was extremely successful, was hosted by Police and Fire, and continued a 3-decade-long tradition of providing toys and other things such as food to local families in our community, and had over 100 participants. Next slide. Before you is a list of, we hope we've captured all of the people who participated, and I certainly apologize if in the event we missed anyone. We'd like to specifically acknowledge and highlight that over 500 families were served. That included over 2,000 people. There were 500 toy bags with multiple toys in each bag, 500 bags of food, including poultry, as well as 125 bikes. And we'd like to thank organizations there's board coordinators, Richmond Firefighters Local 188, Richmond Police Officers Association, Chevron, Target, Richmond Rotary, City of Richmond staff, the Richmond Fire Youth Academy, Richmond Explore Post 100, and other community partners that helped make this event a large success. So really want to commend everyone for making this event happen and thank them for their volunteer time and efforts in serving our community. Next slide. Coming up on Thursday is we're having the Richmond's second annual snow day. This will take place in Nickel Park. So please come on out. There will be snow in Nickel Park. I'm really excited about this. So please dress appropriately. Next slide. Currently, the Richmond survey is out. It's open to all Richmond residents. There's a URL here as well. And if you'd like additional information, feel free to call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide. Also, as we begin planning for next calendar year upcoming, we have a vendor workshop on January 18th. From 8:30 to noon. It's going to highlight how to do business in Richmond. It's a vendor workshop, and it will be here in the Richmond City Council chambers. We want to share with local residents and businesses to encourage business-to-business transactions and encourage those who are interested in opening small businesses to come learn how to contract with the City of Richmond, UC Berkeley, Lawrence Berkeley Lab, Caltrans, Chevron, and the West Contra Costa County Unified School District. To RSVP, you can email purchasing@ci.richmond.ca.us, and want to thank staff again for organizing this networking opportunity and active discussions. We want to encourage businesses in Richmond to grow. Next slide. We are in need of additional lifeguards in our community, and so if you are interested in participating in the lifeguard boot camp class, please join us. The classes will take place from January 9th to 25th on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 to 5:40 p.m. at the Richmond Swim Center, which is located at 4300 Quetting Boulevard. If you haven't been to this swim center at Kennedy High School, it's really amazing. It's very, it's a great atmosphere, and there's lots of different activities that anyone can partake in from a variety of ages. If you're interested, again, in participating in the lifeguard boot camp and serving in our local community, please contact Paula Cooper Tipton at Paula_Cooper Tipton at ci.richmond.ca.us. And again, you can always call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512 if you have any questions about anything transpiring in our community or if you need help with anything. Thank you.
I would like to commend you on the presentation. It's very easy to see with the who, what, the where on one side and the flyer on the other. Very, very smart presentation.
Thank
I
you.
second that.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any? Yes, Councilmember Claudia Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I am back. As many of you know, in October of this year, I got diagnosed with thyroid cancer. And for the last 8 weeks, I have been in treatment. And I am back, and I just wanted to thank City Council for allowing me to have this time to recover and heal. And I want to also thank my family, especially my husband Eli Moore and my kids Antonio and Alicia, for all the support and holding it down in the house. I also wanted to thank family and friends and the community who called me, made food for me, brought flowers, and just kind of like all these things that made me feel love and care, and also remind me why I am so proud of calling Richmond my home. So I am just getting emotional because it has been a quiet experience, but I am back, ready to continue to work and ready to get into good travel with all of you. Thank you.
Welcome back.
And I would like to add that you've come back with a brighter spirit.
I am, and ready to fight as well.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to welcome back our colleague. Welcome back. Glad you're here and glad you're well and you're in remission and you were able to fight this and you caught it early. Another testament of why healthcare for all is important. Also why we need a hospital in our area. I mean, I can go down the list, but overall, welcome back, and glad to have you back here.
Thank you for using that to advocate for what we need.
You're welcome. I got to attach it to other stuff there. I also want to just bring up during consent calendar, many of you might have noticed, one of the items that our colleagues and myself brought forward was art in the council chambers, something that we've been working on for a while, and you're going to see that coming about in 2024. Art in the council is going to be open to all. There's going to be a process to apply, but everyone in our community is welcome to apply and be part of this. We want to be able to showcase art exhibits every quarter in the chambers here, and it's going to be a rotating exhibit. So no matter which part of our community you may be, it is open to everyone in Richmond. Bring out everything from our community and put it out on our walls. So I just want to put that out there. And I was also at the Richmond Police and Fire Toy Program, and I want to thank all the volunteers. I want to thank the board, Ms. Shalmailam. I mean, there's so many great people that put this together every single year for our families. For those of you who have not had the chance to participate in this event, it's great to just be there and watch the little kids pick their bicycle if they want one, or grab their bag full of toys. And you don't know what path in life their family may have. Some of them may have a little bit more, some of them may have a little bit less, but at the end of the day, the kids, which is important to our community, our future of our community, walk out with a small gift, and the family also takes a bag of food. So little by little, we're helping our communities. So I just want to say thank you for everyone who helped put this event together year after year. So thank you so much.
Right, Councilmember Willis.
Yes, and also, of course, welcome back, Councilmember Jimenez. Honestly, if you never said anything, we never would have known, because your spirit's always very strong and energetic, as it was before you left for those past 8 weeks. But welcome back, and I'm glad you're doing better. The thing that I wanted to report on, which is actually something I wasn't even aware that was happening, I guess, for the past 8 years, in partnership with our West Contra Costa Unified School District and the Special Olympics of Northern California. On December 8th at Richmond High, I attended the second annual Special Soccer Olympics that they were hosting. They invited me to join a young man as we carried a torch that wasn't lit, because obviously it was a windy day, and we got to walk together around the field just to kick off the event, and it was an extremely lively event. I've actually never seen the Richmond High soccer field so lively, with activity happening all over the place, and I've been to a few of their soccer games too, and it was just such a great event, and I think it's something worth reaching out to them to see when they can do a presentation here at the city council to get us all on the same page, because I mean, for me, it still doesn't feel that long ago that I was a part of the West Contra Costa County Unified School District, and this wasn't happening when I was around. So it was something that's exciting, and I wanted to share with the city and the city of Richmond to get more publicity around.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I wanted to also thank our pal that has another event for purchasing toys for children with the help of firefighters and police officers. They actually take children to shopping toys, which is very much fun, in addition to the program you heard about. We put December 10th behind us, which is the International Day of Universal Human Rights. I wanted to do something. Unfortunately, I couldn't. There wasn't enough time, but hopefully next year we'll celebrate it. But we're celebrating something else. You might have noticed the table outside. It's in celebration of Yalda, or winter solstice, which is the longest night of the year. It's actually on December 21st, 2 days from now. So in the old days, people celebrated natural events. Winter solstice was very important. It's still very important in large part of Asia. My first country, Iran, and Central Asia, because like 5,000 years ago, people thought days were getting shorter and shorter, and what if the trend continued? So it was the god of light, or Ahura Mazda, that was being defeated. And Ahriman, the god of darkness, was winning. But on this night, things changed, and god of light started its way into victory. Days are getting longer, so it's a huge celebration. And what you see outside is a small sample of celebrating, eating nuts, winter fruits, or preserved fruits, and telling his stories. I just shared one of those stories with you. Enjoy Yalda. Happy Yalda to everyone, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I am so happy to have you back, Councilman Jimenez. We're really worried, and then very happy to see you come back brighter and with all these great ideas about how we're going to do self-care. So just that said, we had a great meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission, and I realized that I don't often report out the kinds of things that are being discussed there. So that was really important to share, that there's an effort going on within the commission to make sure that lights are being repaired along play areas to extend evening plays, especially around basketball courts and soccer fields to extend play in the evening time, but also just to help improve security at parks in the evening. So there's an effort to work with staff to repair lights or try to see what is keeping lights from being repaired. That includes the Greenway lights. We know that the lights are continuing to be out on the Richmond Greenway, and we're making that commission is making an effort to continue to see how we can make sure to get those lights back on. They're also talking about there's flooding issues at some of the parks. So some of the parks take on water, they don't have good drainage. Kids will go and try to play in the play structures and get knee or thigh deep, depending on how tall you are, in water. And so really wanting to bring attention to these pocket parks who have like really bad flooding or drainage issues. And then finally, there's a great presentation from the group from working on the TCC grant that are building the first, probably in the state of California, fully accessible garden, a garden that's meant to be used, actively used by people with disabilities, people who cannot stand. So it's a garden where you can come and sit and actively participate, garden, all the things that's made with seniors, and they were just reporting out on the design and the process they went through to meet with seniors in all different places and meet with people with disabilities to get their input on how the garden will be designed. So this garden is going to be designed and built with TCC funds on the Richmond Greenway, and I just was really proud of that. I feel like we don't, when you were talking about the Special Olympics, I was thinking just how much we don't have a lot of public facilities for people who have mobility issues or for people who have disabilities. We don't have one playground where a child who is in a wheelchair can get on a swing. And I feel like, we need to kind of recognize that and know that we actually have people in our community who have babies who cannot do things that other kids do, and they deserve the right to play. And we have seniors who deserve a place where they can be safe and be a participant in our community and not just watch everything go by from their seats inside their houses. So I just wanted to bring forward the things that are talking about in the Parks and Recreation Commission and invite people to join and try to help improve our parks. Thank you.
Thank you. And on Friday, I attended a holiday brunch with Congressman John Garamendi and California Secretary of Transportation Tox Omishakin at the Riggers Loft. It was given by by DEC, which stands for District Export Council of Northern California, and by the Port of Richmond. So the topics were, of course, international commerce via sea, which means that the Port of Richmond was also a topic of conversation. Richmond is continually changing, and we had a major change this year. Katrina Ruck from the Council of Industry has stepped down, and Raleigh Butler is now the new head. So as all of you should probably know, Raleigh Butler was the president of Mechanics Bank, and now he will be heading the Council of Industries. So with that, we'll move on to the next item.
I'd just like to welcome Councilmember Jimenez back. It's
Thank
good
you
to
so
see you
much.
looking so well. You look good.
Thank you.
Yeah, she does.
I love to see you too.
Okay, our next item is open forum. It's time for public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items not on the agenda, and it's limited to 2 minutes per person. Anyone that is joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. And please remember that items A, B, like boy, 5D, and that is Way to Love contract. Item A, B like boy, 10E, and that's the Richmond Police Department Assigned Vehicle Program. Those items have been removed from the consent calendar, and if you wish to speak on those items, you have to wait until they are called for discussion. Okay, we do have in-house speakers. We'll call those speakers first, and then we'll move to the speakers that are joining us via Zoom. We have 4 speakers: Sylvia Garcia, Mark Wasberg, Philip Rosenthal, and Jamin Purcell. Please come forward. Sylvia Garcia? Is it
Silray.
Silray, I'm
My
sorry.
wife's Sylvia.
Okay.
She came close. Good evening, fellow Northern California citizens of Richmond Council. My name is Silray Garcia. I'm a carpenter of Northern California Union. I would like to draw your attention tonight to our core values: apprenticeship, healthcare, prevailing wage, and local hire. Back in 1999, my wife and I, Sylvia, started a family. The $10 an hour job with no benefits was not going to suffice. It was at this time that I joined the California Carpenters Union. I came in as an apprentice, made a fair living wage. My wife's pregnancy was completely covered and was locally hired, which in turn allowed me to put back into the community where I lived. When I think about an apprenticeship program, it helped me, someone that didn't have good grades in school and didn't finish college. I was able to actually learn a trade and make a good living wage. A good living wage, a prevailing wage, where I could put back into my community. Healthcare. Obviously, I told you about my wife's pregnancy being covered. Well, about 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with 2 massive strokes. I didn't know it. Went to the hospital. It was completely covered by the benefits that I had through the union. I think of people today that don't have those benefits and are stuck with a bill, not to mention the city or the state. Local hire. I actually worked locally in a lot of the places where I lived, or should I say, some of the jobs I worked in were local enough to where I was able to put back into the community, which brings up our community by doing that. So today I would like to ask you that your leadership would consider my story and the story of others that aren't so fortunate when you're awarding these projects that you guys so award all the time. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Mark Wassberg?
Last meeting, Antoine came up here and complained about the black population is dwindling. There's only 7 homicides this year. That's the lowest within 20 years. It's not because the ONS or the Richmond PD. It's simply because the black gangsters are killing each other out. 360 homicides since 2004. 100% blacks killing blacks. When I was out there filming, I went into the black neighborhoods, Iron Triangle, North Richmond, and the South Side. That's where I filmed all the homicides, beatings, and shootings. This is why you had Andre Shoemake, you had Corky, you had Newsom that was out there all protesting against the violence, and it was only in the black neighborhoods. This is why the black population is losing, because they're killing each other. If they had the homicide rate, if Richmond had the homicide rate as Oakland or San Francisco, the black population would nearly be wiped out. The people that are doing the shooting are the males, and the males are not producing the offspring like they should be doing. Believe me, I was there. 19 years ago, I stood here with Andre Shoemake and Corky and all the other activists, tried to declare a state of emergency, stop the violence. But the only problem is it didn't do any good. You had the highest they had was 47 homicides in 2007 and 2009. I saved every newspaper clipping from 2004 and 2010. When I made my documentary, I put a 7-minute teaser on YouTube, got over 100,000 hits. So this is just let you people know what's really going on with the black community, because they are not going out. Some of them, not all of them, but the gangsters are just killing their own people. But see, these are the people that should be go out and getting into the job trades and learning skill and working.
Next speaker is Philip Rosenthal.
Sorry, my leg fell asleep. Thank you all for being here. Happy holidays to council and happy holidays to hardworking staff. I am here on behalf of the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council, which has voted to have me read this into the public record. This follows months and months of listening to the residents of Point Richmond and a team of highly qualified environmental engineers. Dear city staff and council, this letter comes from the PRNC board on behalf of our community of approximately 4,000 taxpayers and residents. We stand in support of Agenda Item AB 3B and implore the city to instruct staff to use every available option provided by the Baykeeper Settlement Agreement. We urge the city to provide a second opinion on the work of Coastland, a company with limited expertise in assessing the options, and review all of Coastland's actions. The community's understanding is that this nearly $500,000 contract was handed to Coastland with no competitive bidding, despite the ability of competitive companies that are well more qualified to look at the project. These competitive companies could provide better, environmentally sound, and way more financially viable options. Should this system, we're referring to the sewage system above Keller Beach, fail, the city needs to be ready with the best options to address this project, not the only option that's been explored, as this project will cost taxpayers tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. Thank you and happy holidays.
Our last speaker is Jamin Purcell.
Thank you, City Council. I wanted to say it is a pleasure to have Councilmember Jimenez back. I really know that it has been a very difficult time in recovery, and one of the things I wanted to bring up is that just before she was diagnosed, she actually received an award for Woman of the Year from John Garamendi for her hard work and her perseverance and her diligence to her community. And I wanted to highlight that, the survival that you have done through persevering through that disease, I think really speaks to your strength of character and what you bring to this community. And I look forward to the art that is going to be brought into these council chambers, because as we know, art is a part of therapy. It helps heal the soul as it does heal the mind and the community. So I look forward to being able to see that reflected within our city chambers. And I say that as a person who has used the Richmond Swim Center as a way to be able to do my art and grow my small business. So I really appreciate also that the city manager has highlighted that these facilities are not only beautiful, but they are available and they need to be staffed. But when I also want to highlight, though, is something that was said, that we don't have enough press talking about the good things that are happening. And so I hope that we are considering highlighting how we are going to be addressing some of the unhoused and those who are less fortunate during this time, during the holidays when we have extreme weather. Resiliency centers are very important. I don't believe we have any dedicated resilience centers, but if we have temporary ones, it would be great to know beforehand so that people are not looking when they are in the weeds of things, but they are aware ahead of time what and where they can go and where they can get services. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Okay, we have speakers online. We have one speaker
Oh,
online.
thank you.
And that speaker is Katrinka Ruck. Katrinka, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you, Katrinka Ruck, Richmond resident.
You
Wanted
need
to
to turn
thank
that up.
Mayor.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wanted to thank Mayor Martinez for the nod, and Council of Industries is very happy that Raleigh Butler will be the new executive director commencing in January. I wanted to thank the council personally for all the hard work you're doing, and I hope to continue to support the city in my capacity as a citizen. But I really wanted to dial in just to say welcome back to Council Member Claudia Jimenez, and I wish you the best and health in the new year. And happy holidays to you all. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right. Next item.
Our next item is the consent calendar. We need a motion. And just as a reminder, the motion will not include item AB 5D, which is Way to Love contract amendment, item A, B as in boy, 10E, and that is the Richmond Police Department assigned vehicle program. And also added is item AD3, and that is the amendment to the Richmond Municipal Code for gas shut-off devices.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Zepeda, sorry, and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Fantastic. Next item.
Our next item is the State of the City Address by Mayor Eduardo Martinez.
Thank you, thank you. I want to also thank everyone who's joined us to watch the State of the City. I do want to say that being the mayor is very, very different from being a council member. There are so many more responsibilities, so many more things to consider, and so many more things to measure, weigh, evaluate, and so many more compromises to follow through. So I want to say that tradition has relegated the state of the city to the month of January, and occasionally this message has escaped to the month of February. Tradition has its place, and sometimes it's better to break the bonds that bind us to routine. This year, the transition wasn't the smoothest, but I wanted to ensure that what I presented is something I could address with utmost confidence. And the best way to do so was to present it, was to present what had been accomplished in the city during the first year of my administration. Frankly, I believe December is a better time to share our accomplishments as a holiday gift to the residents of Richmond. My staff has prepared a video to share some of our achievements. And typically, these presentations are done as a slideshow, but we decided to do it differently to really showcase Richmond and to use this opportunity to reach more residents via a more accessible way of getting information. We couldn't capture all the amazing programs in the city of Richmond in tonight's presentation, so I wanted to give a special shout out to Richmond Promise, which has increased the number of Richmond residents who have continued to choose higher education, to our LEAP program, which has engaged 287 adults and helped 6 of them earn GED certificates. I want to give a shout out to our library and its programs. Just today, I attended a story time for toddlers. It was well attended and lots of fun. I can teach you some of the things that I learned there at another time. But as a note, a full presentation covering all the city updates for 2023 can be found on the city's website, and I will post it on my website also, mayoreduardo.com. This includes updates by the department and more data on every topic. So I want to thank the staff for their hard work and support in general, and especially for getting our office up and running. It couldn't have happened without your extra effort. And I want to thank all the council colleagues for the hard work and your willingness to work together. Instead of slideshows, we will have a video, and I think we're ready to show that now.
BK, it's time.
It's time.
Mayor, it's time.
All right. But let's do it differently. Tony, it's time. But let's do it differently.
Let's do it.
I'm Eduardo Martinez, a new mayor in the city of Richmond, the first Chicano mayor to be elected. And I'm here to present the state of the city. This is a port of Richmond. It's an amazing place with an amazing history, but it's a place that's been underutilized and in disrepair. It's time to make this port alive again. I love the Port of Richmond. I love the shoreline. It's a jewel of the city, and it's a jewel that needs to be shined. And we are going to do it under my administration. But when we do it, we're going to make sure that the residents and the workers are highlighted, that at the end of it, they will have jobs, good paying jobs, that will hold them here in Richmond with a life that we can all enjoy. The Port of Richmond has many challenges, among them aging infrastructure, the lack of modernization such as the electrification. And these two combined create a third issue, which is vacancies. One of the reasons the port is in such disrepair is that we haven't had a vision of what the port can become. But that changed this year. We hired a new port director, Charles Gerard. We're conducting a port audit to find out how all the finances go. And we've also joined the Bloomberg Harvard Leadership Initiative with a focus on the port. We will be moving forward with what we learned through all these things. The city of Richmond has over 25 boards and commissions. They range from the Arts Commission to Urban Forestry to the Planning Commission. We have commissions for our sister cities, 3 of them, Regla, Shamata, Joshan. What do commissioners do? Well, that depends on the commission. If you're on the Planning Commission, then you review and approve developments. If you're on the Arts Commission, you will approve art projects that the city will be doing. If you're on the Urban Forestry, you help design the street canopy that covers the city. And if you are on one of the sister city commissions, you could travel internationally. 2023 was our year of rebuilding the commissions. I'd like to share some highlights with you. This year, we appointed or reappointed 34 commissioners. The Arts and Culture Commission was decimated, and this year we went from 2 to 8 commissioners so they could do the work that they were meant to be doing. We also appointed 4 new youth council members, and this is the first time that the youth council has been meeting regularly in years. I really want to thank all of the commissioners for the work and dedication that you give to the city of Richmond. And I'd also want to thank the staff liaisons and the council members who devote time to support our commissions. The crime data for this year presents a mixed picture of the city's safety landscape compared to the previous 2 years. Key insights from each crime category are as follows. In homicide, there's a significant drop in cases in 2023, with only 11 incidents reports compared to 18 in both 2021 and 2022. This reduction marks a positive trend in addressing the most severe form of violent crime. We still have yet to see if any homicides will occur in the final 2 weeks of December, but I am forcefully hoping this number stays at 11 through the end of the year. The number of aggravated assaults has been relatively stable, with a marginal increase in 2022, and a similar number, 854, in 2023, suggesting a steady pattern. There was a minor increase in larceny theft cases from 2021 to 2022, but 2023 has seen a decrease with 1,572 incidences lower than in both previous years. In summary, Richmond's crime scenario in 2023 shows improvement in some areas like homicide and arson, while challenges persist in others like robbery and vehicle theft. The overall decrease in total index crimes is a positive sign, but continuous efforts are needed in specific crime categories that remain high or are on the rise. Throughout my entire political career, I've been out in the community, and it means a lot to me to be part of that. I love being out with the people, and I love it more when I'm out there just as another individual as opposed to being out there as the mayor. So I want to make sure that people know that the city of Richmond appreciates them. I was really proud of what the city council did at the Juneteenth parade. It was the very first time that the city council marched in unison, showing how city events can bring the council together in a way that uplifts the community. Our city has made strides in our financial health thanks to new policies, adjustments, and city leadership. We ended fiscal year 22-23 with an estimated budget surplus of over $14.2 million. We had an estimated revenue of $226 million and expenditures of under $211.8 million. This means we're on the right track. In fact, in February, our credit rating was upgraded from Baa2 to A3. This is the highest credit rating that we've had since 2012. This is huge news for our city, as it increases investor confidence and it signals to our community that we are moving Richmond forward. Even though we're doing well financially, we continue to have financial challenges that we are working on. For instance, the state audit, which is putting safeguards in place for our city, takes a lot of staff time, but we're optimistic that it will be resolved soon. We want to continue funding our pensions for our city workers, so we need to make sure that debt is prioritized, that we find revenues to cover them. Our budget is too dependent on Chevron tax revenue, which is a major issue considering the fact that our agreement with them will be ending soon. That's why I've pushed for an analysis of how to diversify to a green economy. The Richmond Fire Department has seen a lot of changes this past year. Our previous fire chief was replaced by interim fire chief Michael Smith, who has served our city as interim fire chief before. We're grateful that he is, once again, up for the task of overseeing this important department in our city. Fire department handles a wide range of emergencies in our city. Since 2021, only about 10% of calls are fire-related every year. The majority of service calls, nearly 59%, involve health emergencies and medical response to things like car accidents. One interesting increase we're seeing in the service call data is for help with severe weather conditions. We're dealing with rapid, intense global warming and climate change due to fossil fuel consumption. So it's likely that the burden of extreme weather events on our firefighters and the rest of the city will continue to increase. Fortunately, false alarm calls have declined since 2021, but we still saw nearly 600 false calls this year. And I'm interested in how we can reduce that number further, with the goal of saving our fire department valuable resources and staff time. Finally, and I'll speak more to this in my wish list section at the end of this presentation, but I would really like our fire inspection division to become even more robust. As I've said, the goal of true public safety is prevention, preventing bad things before they happen. We're an industrial city, and many of us remember the Chevron fire. Many of our firefighters were there at that event, in fact. The Fire Inspection Division does important work to maintain industrial and domestic safety. And it's a cost recovery program, meaning that the more inspections they do, the more the division pays for itself. Right now, it's understaffed, and I would like to see a change there. Considering employment, the city of Richmond has a 4.4 average of unemployment, and it's better than the state average. We need to consider that we're coming out of the pandemic, which has devastated the economy across the country, not only in terms of jobs, but in terms of the ability to stay in housing. Well, these numbers show how many jobs we have in the city of Richmond, but they don't show the quality of the jobs. That's what we need to focus on. For instance, we have many underemployed people. That means people who have jobs that don't offer job advancements. They don't pay enough. Some people have to work 2-3 jobs, taking them away from their family. We need to make sure that we have union jobs, jobs that will protect the workers. Here at Richmond Works, they help people find jobs, and they do that by posting job opportunities, having job fairs, and connecting employers with prospects. And not only do they do that, they also assist you in applying. They give you resume tips, and they teach you how to use various computer programs so that you can do this well. And lastly, they help with the interview process by giving you tips and practice on how to do good interviewing. Richmond Works also helps businesses. For instance, they do marketing and advertising for job openings. They assist with hiring projects of any size, and they customize recruitment efforts. They help with business retention and expansion, and also downsizing and layoff assistance. We're committed to investing in our workforce. This commitment is evident in a recent $1.2 million we've put towards Youth Works, which assists our youth to find employment and gain valuable training. But it also helps our small businesses by providing them payroll support and staffing. These extra funds into Youth Works will enable the placement of 400 more young people aged 14 to 24 into work programs in our community. Our Richmond Build program is also an essential part of developing Richmond's highly skilled workforce. The program primarily focuses on providing training in construction trades, including carpentry, electrical work, and plumbing. In collaborating with local construction companies and employers, the program helps graduates find opportunities for immediate employment upon completion of their training. Youth Build, which is a component of Richmond Build, has the same goals but provides targeted support to youth aged 16 to 24. This year, the numbers really indicate the success and value of these Richmond programs. 3 cohorts graduated with a total of 52 men and 16 women. 85% of graduates went on to be placed in union work, which means good paying jobs, health care, and pensions for Richmond residents. All of this was enabled not only through strong community partnerships, but also a $700,000 grant our city staff landed for the program. This year was the first Cinco de Mayo parade since the pandemic, and it returned in full glory. I was lucky to have the Little League, especially the one that I sponsored this year, join us in the parade. So it showed how community organizations and the city can pool together, join together to celebrate the city.
Me gusta el olor que tiene la mañana, me gusta el primer traguito de café, sentir cuando el sol se asoma en mi ventana y me llena la mirada de un hermoso amanecer. Me gusta escuchar la paz de las montañas, mirar los colores del atardecer, sentir en mis pies la arena de la playa y lo dulce de la caña cuando beso a mi mujer. Sé que el tiempo lleva prisa a borrarme de la lista, pero yo le digo que aunque a veces duela tanto y a pesar de los pesares, siempre hay alguien que nos quiere, siempre hay alguien que nos cuida. Ay, 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 qué bonita es esta vida. Y aunque no sea para siempre, si la vivo con mi gente, es bonita hasta la muerte con canciones y tequila.
I have enjoyed every event that I've gone to, and I actually wish I could be at more events. So if you have an event, make sure you invite me, and I will do my utmost to be there to celebrate with you. The city of Richmond is on a new path. It's on a new path because we have a new city manager, we have a new mayor, which is me, of course. We have a new city attorney, and we have 3 new city council members. These 3 city council members have never been a city official, and there are no rails for them to follow, which is positive in that all possibilities are open, and we're ready to explore them. Having so many new people means that we have no preconceived notions of how things should be done, which means that we can reimagine Richmond. We can look at new ways to do things that have been done the same. You've heard the adage, if you continue doing things the same way, you're going to get the same results. Well, we're not doing it this year. We've done so many things differently, and we will continue to do so. This year has brought both opportunities and challenges. In 2023, we experienced the unfortunate closures of Sangamo Therapeutics and Nutiva. Together, they have provided employment for at least 100 workers. Market changes and operational restructuring led to their closure, with Sangamo Therapeutics announcing a 40% reduction in its U.S. workforce. Despite these setbacks, I'm excited to announce positive developments for our job market. Moxion Power is expanding its Richmond facility, expected to create over 800 jobs in the coming years. This advanced manufacturing company specializes in solar-powered mobile battery modules, offering a green alternative to diesel-powered generators. Additionally, Chef's Warehouse is establishing its presence in Richmond, planning to introduce up to 200 jobs in phases. They are constructing a state-of-the-art food manufacturing facility featuring an environmentally friendly CO2 refrigeration system, avoiding the use of harmful CFCs found in Freon. These are among the significant projects initiated in 2023. Moreover, every qualified new development in our city contributes to our public art fund, thanks to the Percent for the Arts Ordinance. I'm also proud to announce a recent allocation of $1.2 million in ARPA funds for small business support, with more details to follow in 2024. Recognizing that small businesses are Richmond's backbone, we are committed to contributing our support for them. I also want to discuss Richmond's new Community Crisis Response Program, CCRP for short, which is launching this coming August. This new program will provide meaningful enhancements in how we handle nonviolent emergency calls in the city. Everyone in Richmond can benefit from the CCRP. When someone experiences a crisis, a fire, crime, or a medical emergency, they call 911 for emergency services. But when that emergency is a behavioral health crisis, there isn't always an appropriate emergency response. CCRP will respond to our lower risk calls without the primary involvement of police, fire, or other emergency management service personnel. Residents will call a number, likely 311, and well-trained teams will then respond to provide trauma-informed, timely, and safe services and resources to residents who need care. Richmond's CCRP is not an isolated initiative. It will work alongside existing services in this region, such as Contra Costa County's A3 program. There have been concerns that Richmond's CCRP will be redundant with the county's A3 program, but that is not the case. A3 assists with severe mental health crises, and response teams provide a level of care for situations not appropriate for a CCRP response. We also received the exciting news last month that Contra Costa Health will build a new mental health rehabilitation center and fill a critical gap in county mental health services, thanks to an $18.6 million grant from the California Department of Health Care Services. This facility will be located in Richmond, adding even more resources to our city to support residents, their mental health, and holistic public safety. CCRP will be established with the guidance of Richmond's nationally recognized Office of Neighborhood Safety. ONS has deep experience using data to prevent violence and establishing trust with the community. Concerning new legislation, one change we saw this year was Senate Bill 357, also known as the Safer Streets for All Act. This state law repeals an anti-loitering policy which allows police to arrest people for loitering with the intent to commit prostitution. While prostitution and other sex work-related offenses remain illegal in California, the intent of the state law is to reduce police profiling and harassment. Since this law was enacted, Richmond residents report seeing more sex work activity, especially along 23rd Street at night. RPD has had to shift its approach, now using a public health approach instead of arrest. I appreciate that the Richmond Police Department is collaborating more with health service and community organizations to focus on human trafficking, which is a very serious and tragic offense in Richmond. I also want to shout out the Family Justice Center in Richmond, which has really stepped up to provide experienced support for sexual assault and human trafficking victims. Our elevator etiquette.
What are we doing right now?
Well, we're going to go into the elevator to evaluate our... No, what we're really going to do is we're going downstairs in the elevator to present the most fantastic person on the earth a certificate of excellence because she has gone above and beyond her duty to make sure that the city of Richmond is not only a safe place, but a welcoming place. Thank you.
Pretty good. How are you feeling, Chief?
Excited.
We're full of holiday joy.
I love so much. She's been the nicest person here, maybe.
Yes. One of the first people we've met, and one of the nicest.
I've been loving her since I met her.
Let me see if she's talking.
We came down because we wanted to express our gratitude for everything that you've done, and not only what you've done, but how you've done it.
Thank you.
So-
Like I said, I appreciate what I do, and I try my best to help people. I really do. From my heart, I really do. No matter who you are.
And it shows, and because of that, we have given you a plaque.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is so cool. Thank you. Can I hug you? Hug? Thank you. This is so nice.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you. Thank you for welcoming us, Mary. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh.
housing is a human right. In Richmond, we take that phrase very seriously. Over the past year, both city staff and the city council have made dignified, stable, and affordable housing for all Richmond residents an ongoing priority. I ran my mayoral campaign on the promise of development without displacement. This year, our commitment to affordable housing in Richmond was in keeping with that promise. In 2023, Richmond Housing Authority, RHA, achieved significant milestones in providing affordable housing. Notable achievements including the rehabilitation of Nevin Plaza, offering 27 housing units for seniors with more under construction, totaling 138 units. Hacienda Heights opened with 150 affordable units, including 25 for those transitioning from homelessness. RHA also rehabilitated 13 units at Nystrom Village, with an additional $2 million allocated for more units. City staff's dedication to rebuilding RHA's reputation is truly commendable. Richmond secured $43 million for Metro Walk development, adding 150 affordable units at the BART station and investing in downtown revitalization and transit infrastructure. Furthermore, 27 new affordable housing developments provide 3,788 units for various income levels. Accessory dwelling units are also growing in popularity, offering homeowners additional income and expanding housing options. I continue to be incredibly proud of Richmond's commitment to keeping its rental units affordable and accessible. Richmond's RENT program is an agency that works tirelessly on behalf of Richmond landlords and tenants, and I thank the Richmond Rent Board, composed of volunteer Richmond residents, for its service to overseeing this agency. This year, Councilmember Robinson and I introduced a revamped rental inspection system to support landlords and tenants. Currently, rental unit inspections are handled by a private company, leading to dissatisfaction among both parties. We propose that landlords who pay inspection fees should receive inspections, aiding mom-and-pop landlords with maintaining quality housing. Tenants have reported severe living conditions, including mold issues. The updated ordinance and program will launch next spring. My office is also working on the policy to protect homeowners who may rent their property in the future. Realtors currently don't have to disclose rental restrictions or outstanding fees from previous landlords, leading to unexpected debts for buyers. We believe in transparency for home buyers, even if it faces opposition from realtor associations. The end of the pandemic eviction moratorium has put enormous strain on Richmond tenants, legal aid, and community-based organizations. Eviction cases in 2022 were 3.5 times higher than 2021, with nearly 400 households facing eviction from April to August 2023. These evictions disproportionately affect Black and Latino families and single mothers, highlighting the need for tenant protections as well as equity and racial justice issues. To address this, the City Council and I have allocated nearly $2 million in federal ARPA funds for rental assistance, helping tenants pay overdue rent and preventing evictions while aiding landlords with financial challenges. So, I want to emphasize, in Richmond, you have access to legal support and tenant protections. Please use them. The rent program regularly offers educational sessions for both landlords and tenants, free of charge. In addition, legal clinics are regularly held at the Richmond Library, also free of charge. Just as importantly, the rent program also offers mediation for landlords and tenants. In short, we do not want to allow the escalation of these problems. The pandemic worsened homelessness in our region, with Contra Costa reporting 2,372 homeless individuals and a 29% increase in our area from 2022 to 2023, with Richmond experiencing the largest surge in unhoused residents among West Contra Costa cities. CORE, the county's outreach team, found that many unhoused individuals have strong ties to Richmond. Richmond secured substantial funding, including $13.2 million from the state to address homelessness, successfully clearing the Castro encampment in June. These funds also target other encampments, particularly those in Caltrans right-of-way, with a focus on outreach and services. We await news on a promising grant application for a 39-unit motel acquisition through the Home Key program, providing stable housing for extremely low income and unhoused Richmond residents. City staff's dedicated efforts in this regard are commendable. We extend gratitude to community organizations tirelessly supporting our homeless population despite being overworked and underpaid. Their partnership is invaluable. So keep up the good work. Traffic safety, also a major concern. This year, the city has also investigated significantly in traffic safety measures. The city's approach is centered around two key initiatives: the local roadway safety plan and the bicycle and pedestrian action plan. The local roadway safety plan, approved by the City Council this year, aims to reduce serious and fatal collisions, making equitable traffic safety investments and support safe travel for pedestrians and cyclists. The bicycle and pedestrian action plan, also adopted by the City Council this year, gives us a blueprint for improving walking and bicycling conditions in Richmond over the next 5 years. It develops a comprehensive bicycle and pedestrian network, identifies near-term infrastructure projects for safety and comfort, and suggests new funding opportunities. In addition to these plans, we have allocated $1.2 million for 18 priority traffic calming projects. 3 of those projects have already been completed, and 15 of those projects are in the design phase. One way you can help the city plan its traffic safety investments is by using the Richmond app. This is hands down the best way to request traffic safety upgrades in your neighborhood, and it's a much more effective way to get your requests processed than emailing or calling the city. The Office of Neighborhood Safety, ONS, is a unique initiative focused on reducing gun violence in the community. Established in 2007, Richmond continues to be very proud of ONS, which is not a traditional law enforcement agency. The main approach of ONS involves identifying individuals who are most likely to engage in gun violence and intervening through various methods such as mentorship, counseling, and offering life skill programs. In 2023, ONS also increased its capacity via notable staff growth, with the team doubling its size from 8 to 16 members. This expansion will play a critical role in the division's ability to provide more focused and effective interventions. Alongside this growth, the ONS has broadened its outreach efforts to include the unhoused population in Richmond. Another key element in ONS's strategy continues to be the Peacemaker Fellowship, an 18-month intensive mentorship program aimed at individuals centrally involved in gun violence. The program has seen an increase in the attendance of life skills classes, reflecting its growing impact and effectiveness. Through the Cal VIP grant, ONS has successfully served 40 participants in the Operation Peacemaker Fellowship. This momentum continued with a substantial grant of $6 million, supporting 139 active participants in the same fellowship program. Here's some wish list items for 2024. Number one, I'd like establishing a centralized grants department for managing grant applications to utilize federal and state financial resources effectively. Number two, I'd like holding gross polluters accountable by raising fines for irresponsible operations with the funds directly invested in Richmond's community health initiatives. Number three, strengthening the fire department's fire inspection division for better fire prevention. Number four, improving our median's landscaping by beautifying roadsides with drought-tolerant, long-living California native plants. Number five, encouraging more community participation in elections, reflecting Richmond's diversity and passion. Number six, shifting from a fossil fuel dependent economy to one focused on sustainability, clean energy, and community investment. Number seven, enhancing Richmond's appeal through historical and cultural attractions like the National Rosie the Riveter Museum and Arts Corridor, which we will have in the near future. Number eight, transforming the Port of Richmond into a hub of green energy production and high-paying manufacturing jobs. Number nine, planning a new transportation system for better public transit, starting with a route from Hilltop to Contra Costa College, and even on our waterfront. For instance, a water taxi that would go from community to community. And last of all, I see strengthening social safety nets and continually supporting community care to uplift those in need. I want to thank everyone in the city of Richmond for taking time to spend here with us. We're looking forward to having a more prosperous 2024. Joy and peace to everyone. Is also an incentive decreased from 44 in 2027 to another number in 20 upon completion, of course, completion of their training. And it's not just a song and dance, it's for real. I know I've been difficult, but we could even have water turtles that people could kind of ride on as they swam. Hi, I'm Eduardo Martinez. Whole world in my hand. Yeah, and furthermore, how dedicated you are. In fact, my words are so strong that it puts lights out.
So that's our alarm.
Yeah.
It's here. So you're supposed to type really fast? Exactly. That's it. That's the move.
Thank you. I want to give special praise to Tony Tamayo, my assistant. So we are doing things differently. And I appreciate the efforts of staff, council, and the community, because together we make Richmond. And
Christian cry.
you want to cry me a river? All right. So once again, thanks everyone, and now we can we can move on.
We have a speaker.
Oh yes, sorry.
Oh, we have several speakers online also.
All right.
Jamin Purcell.
Is this public comment?
Yes.
Oh, I was like,
I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the information that you offered in that. The format was really beautiful and easily understood. I appreciate that it wasn't endless and hours. It was actually really concise and hit the high points, and as well that you've offered all of the details online. So if there's any one of those things that I want to dig into more, it's easily accessible. So I want to appreciate, send my appreciation to the mayor and his staff for having been so well organized and being able to move into a new future of how to be able to present this kind of information. Thank you.
Sabrina will call the online speakers.
And we currently have 4 speakers: Emily Ross, BK Williams, Jane Courant, and a phone caller with the phone number ending in 5357. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called. Emily?
Good evening. Thank you. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. Really beautiful year in review. While I would have been satisfied with the slide deck and verbal report for the state of the city, this format was incredible. So I'm just trying to speak briefly to how much I appreciated it. I was crying at the Marianne celebration, laughing at the bloopers. That was truly an experience. So in addition to like what the state of the city always is of like informative, providing real data, speaking to the issues we care about, the community events that were held, it was just so much more alive by the visuals. Amazing to see footage of the physical locations throughout our city and the faces of some of the people that live and work here, and with music. I don't know about you all, but I sometimes feel like disenchanted or disgruntled. And at this moment, I'm just feeling pride and respect and admiration for all the city staff, elected leaders, and community members who are committed to making our city thrive. And ending with a special shout out to the mayor's deputy chief of staff, Tony Tamayo. That was such a beautiful video. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is BK Williams. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, and thank you so much. Tony, shout out to you. This was an amazing video you did. To see all of the things that this administration has done was amazing just to watch. Mayor, I want to thank you. First of all, I want to thank your staff, Shiva, Tony, and BK. And I think they've done an amazing job helping you do what you've done. I want to thank the city council because they obviously have also helped you. Claudia, great to see you back. I'm really amazed at what you said, Mayor. Thank you for doing it differently. And I hope all new leadership takes advantage of the opportunity to do things differently. That is so important. And that's what makes us grow and advance in whatever it is we're doing. And I say that to my team on the RPA too. I'm extremely proud of the resolution you did on October 24th. And I didn't think I could be prouder of your work, but watching all of the things that you've done, I think it's been an amazing year. The things that you've done, such as funding the community crisis effort, the way you have shown up and the way that the council has shown up and the city staff has shown up all over the community has really been amazing, and I'm impressed, and I want you to continue that. I want to say with the $14 million surplus, I'm not a fan of surpluses, but since you have it, please consider using some of those funds for the arts corridor. I think that's going to be another amazing thing that can happen in Richmond, and I look forward to seeing that happen and to your support in making that happen. And I'm calling because one of the things that happens is we get ridiculous statistics that are brought on by certain people that speak in this meeting. So I want to encourage other folks to join this meeting, to come and to speak so that we can dispel some of the ridiculousness that happens every time this meeting happens. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the work you all are doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Jane Corrant. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Mayor, staff, staff throughout the city. This was really moving and beautiful. I am so glad that I tuned in tonight. I've been a 10-year resident. Yes, it will be 10 years this March, and I have never felt prouder to live and work and do the kinds of work I do here and in our county. I really appreciate the fiscal responsibility, at the same time, a real commitment to the humanity of people in this city. Watching this city council work together has been so refreshing after years of bickering and wasting time. And now we are actually seeing accomplishments, taking advantage of grants offered either through the county or through the state is obviously something new. And I am so hopeful and feel like I need to rededicate myself to getting more involved in this community, which I have grown to love so much. So congratulations. It's been a wonderful year, and I am so pleased to be able to witness this gorgeous video that Tony put together and all of you worked so hard on. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is an iPhone caller with the phone number ending in 5357. You may begin.
Hello there. My name is Michael Glickson. I'm a resident of Richmond for the last almost 10 years. I am so appreciative of the presentation that the mayor made tonight with the incredible work of Tony Tamayo and his staff, and the acknowledgement of city staff and the acknowledgement of all the volunteers on boards and commissions, and just the beauty of our city. It really is a new day. So appreciative. And I don't have much more to say except thank you so much. Oh, I hope this gets shared widely among all the residents of the city of Richmond. They all ought to be able to see this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that was our last caller.
Yes, Councilmember Bada.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very informative, and I really appreciate the fact that you highlight different dimensions of public safety. And as the liaison to Historic Preservation Commission and Richmond Arts and Cultural Commission, I want to thank you for aiming to enhance Richmond's appeal through public arts and historical attractions. It's awesome. We're already talking with the city manager to getting those two commissions closer with assisted staff to improve it. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation, and shout out to Tony Tamayo because this was awesome. Thank you. I am jealous of all your staff because you have really great staff. And thank you for all the information. I think like it's really beautiful to see that we have a mayor who, through his work and putting in this presentation, see how it's been working for everybody in Richmond. And just see how wants to protect homeowners, but at the same time want also to protect tenants and support homeless and support people who are not having are having a lot of issues and a lot of problems. And so I just want to say that this is the good thing about this new city council is that many of the city council really showed what means to be progressive. And progressive is not just to look for one or versus another, but it's looking at what we can build and how we can build at Richmond that everybody can be part of, but also lifting up the ones who are on the bottom, because lifting up then it will mean that everybody will benefit. So thank you for doing that, for doing this report. It shows like sometimes we're like, oh my God, there are so many issues and problems, but at the same time, we had been moving the needle forward to make sure that we can start doing better. I am really proud that we allocate $50 million into a library, and we have been able to increase hours in the library and the recreation department and continue to support youth. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you, the City Council, for approving many of these things that were passing, because the reality is that it depends on all of us to make Richmond a better place. And thank you, everybody, for your comments and for being here.
Well, that looks like, I want to give an extra shout out to my team. Someone whose name we don't hear enough is BK White, who is my policy director. He does so much research. He digs down into the weeds, and then we debate the information. Shiva Mashek, my chief of staff, who is the best cat herder I've ever met. And not only that, she does it in such a intelligent way and compassionate way, making us feel like well-loved cats. And then Tony Tamayo, whose magic you witnessed tonight. I feel that the team that I'm part of has given him the wings to fly, and it's amazing to see a cat fly. So with that, we'll move on to the next item.
Our next item under new business is item AD1, is to receive a presentation from the Community Emissions Reduction Plan Steering Committee to explain the oversight and new rules pertaining to the Bay Area Quality Management District.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Viet Tran, Deputy Executive Officer of Public Affairs for the Bay Area Air Quality
Management District, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I know you met my colleague, Dr. Meredith Bauer, last Tuesday at your special council meeting, and we are so proud and pleased to attend the council meetings and partner with the City of Richmond on issues affecting air quality and the right for all Bay Area residents to breathe clean air. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce two members of the Path to Clean Air Community Steering Committee. The committees are meeting since January 2021 to discuss the Community Emissions Reduction Plan. It is a plan that is community-led and co-developed with the Air District. With me this evening is Ms. Marisol Cantu and Mr. BK White. Ms. Cantu is a third-generation Richmond resident, an advocate, an organizer, and teacher in the city of Richmond, and she joined the CSC in January of 2022. Mr. White is a 29-year industry, has 29 years of industry experience, and as you all know, is the mayor's policy director. He joined the CSC in May of 2023. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Cantu and Mr. White.
Thank you, Vit. And we have a PowerPoint to share with you, if we can pull that up. And wonderful. So I'll be beginning, and then I'll be passing it over to BK. It's a hard act to follow, Mr. Mayor, and an incredible video. And so we hope not to bore you with our slide deck today. So this is an overview of the Community Emissions Reduction Plan. And next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So today we're going to go over how we created the plan, where it's at right now, and then give you a glimpse of the plan and how we're moving forward during our current public comment period. Next slide. So AB 617, we did present to the West County Mayors Association. Thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for presiding over that. We've also presented to the Hazmat Commission in West County, and we'll be presenting to the city of San Pablo as well. And so I apologize if some of this is a little redundant. We just want to get everybody on the same page. But this is AB 617. It is a community air protection program. It's state mandated. Richmond was one of the 10 cities throughout the state of California that was designated highly impacted by air pollution. And it is not just the city of Richmond, but it includes other neighborhoods. And we'll go over that boundary map as well. This, like Viet mentioned, we have a community steering committee that planned and co-developed this. We have government representatives. We also have community representatives from the area, and we have industry representatives. So all encompassing, and we work very closely with their district. And next slide. So this is our map. As you will see, it encompasses all of the city of Richmond, every district. It also incorporates unincorporated North Richmond in the yellow, the city of San Pablo in the green, and then a couple of unincorporated areas like the Manor, North Richmond, Bayview, Terra, Hills, a little bit more of El Sobrante unincorporated area, and East Richmond Heights. And because of our close proximity of the ports that we hope to revitalize, the ships, the railroads, the heavy trucks, the freeways, the largest polluter in Northern California, the Chevron Richmond refinery, the landfill, and many other industrial and commercial operations. This is why we were designated as highly polluted. And this is the area that our plan will cover. Next slide. So just to go a little bit more of a race equity lens, we know this as residents, of course, and council members and mayor, that majority of our residents within all of the area, North Richmond, Richmond, and San Pablo, are predominantly Latinx, Asian, and Black African American. Next slide. So this is the plan, how we came to our plan. So there was a community error monitoring program, and there, I believe Councilmember Cesar Cepeda was part of that design team in its inception. And they created the community error monitoring program, and they looked at different sources and surveyed residents to really understand the scope of our air pollution. With that, we started moving into assessing all of those issues through technical assessment with the air district, also community description, which is also in our plan. And then we started moving into the plan, which we're gonna get a glimpse of today. That plan is over 160 pages. It'll be sent to everybody here, and key issues that were, which we're gonna go into in the next slide, we're honed in on, thank you. We're honed in on. And so mobile sources is one of the biggest. Public health was mentioned as well, marine and rail, commercial and industrial, and fuel refining. We also, our plan also addresses land use, urban greening, and compliance and enforcement, also acknowledging that last week's special council meeting, although it did focus primarily on Veolia, we did have 2 major Chevron incidents within the last 3 weeks. And so compliance and enforcement is going to be key to moving our city and holding industry accountable in the near future. Next slide. And next slide. Now we're getting into a little bit of the meat. Next slide. So our community emissions reduction plan focused on 4 goals. First, we have to acknowledge the environmental justice community and movement within the city of Richmond and their call for a just transition. And yet we also have to understand the restrictions of AB 617 and the air district, that it is not within AB 617's purview to create a just transition plan. It is simply to educate our members. It would be amiss if we didn't acknowledge the work of many residents, advocates, community leaders calling for a just transition while we're looking at air pollution in our city. And in that just transition, we are really, the plan is seeking to address the consequences of historical racial disparities by developing more stringent air pollution policies. Next is health. This was mentioned quite a bit. I'm sorry. Next, last slide, thank you. Next goal is health. And one of the biggest and most measurable goals that we'll have is to lower our community's disproportionate exposure to air pollution by reducing toxic weighted emissions from local sources by 30 to 50% in 2035. This is going to be critical, and so there will be a lot of success metrics, evaluations, and monitoring that we'll need to make sure that this happens. Another is community engagement, simply educating our community about environmental justice, what our plan is, and understanding air pollution in our community. And finally, our last goal is to hold government accountable, not just the air district accountable for regulating our air, but how the city is using permitting and land use, how the county has authority over industrial safety ordinances, the city has industrial safety ordinances, and how we're coming together to really truly reduce emissions as one tool as in our fight for environmental justice. Next slide. Now BK will go over some of the nuts and bolts, and these are all strategies and actions directly in the plan that we will be sending.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Mobile sources such as freight trucks and cars, heavy-duty truck management such as designing or designating truck routes and installing design deterrents to prevent trucks from using residential streets. Public health and reduce exposure in the homes by upgrading windows and installing air filtration systems. Marine and rail advocate for the state to establish more stringent rules to require zero-emission cargo handling equipment at ports and rail yards. Next slide, please. Commercial and industrial near the community, require more stringent review of industrial businesses proposed to be located near residential uses. And we're just going to hit 1 or 2 bullets on each one. I'm not reading it all. Land use and urban greening, update regulations to buffer residents from sources of pollution, such as freeways and industrial uses, by requiring developers to install air filtration systems and locate windows, balconies, and plazas away from the pollution sources. Compliance and enforcement, develop an education and outreach campaign to inform the community about air district complaint systems. Next slide, please. Fuel refining strategy. Next slide, please. So strategy 1 action is just transition. Educate the CSC and the Air District on just how just transition would apply to zero emissions future and manage the phase down of fossil fuels in the PTCA area. The CSC will establish a just transition subcommittee, JTS, as part of the Path to Clean Air Plan implementation by Q2 2024. Incorporate just transition principles and criteria in the prioritization and implementation of the PTCA plan and explore incorporating these in a governmental policy making and rulemaking. Next slide, please. Strategy number 2, reduce persistent flaring and improve incident response. Next slide, please. The Air District and the CSC will work with the City of Richmond to strengthen the industrial safety ordinance. The Air District will coordinate with the CSC to improve and expand communications about all flaring events for the fuel refining sector in the PTCA area and also for major incidents at both fuel refining and non-fuel refining sources. Communication mechanisms will be developed in collaboration with the CSC Communications Subcommittee and include a new web page and standardized internal and external communication protocols. Air District and CSC will collaborate with Contra Costa County to recommend improvements in the community warning system. Next slide, please. Strategy 3, hold Chevron and other emitters accountable for reducing pollution and negative public health impacts from their operations. Next slide, please. Air District will develop and implement a standardized Chevron inspection protocol in partnership with the CSC. Increase the frequency of Air District inspections, audits, and investigation at Chevron and Chemtrade. Build a stronger collaborative relationship with operations and the USW Local 5 health and safety representatives in the plant. Transparent, regular, and inclusive updates on compliance and enforcement activity at Chevron. Next slide, please. Air District will provide quarterly and annually updates to the CSC about penalties assessed against fuel refining sector facilities and all other sources in the PTCA area. The Air District will collaboratively develop with the CSC a pilot legal enforcement approaches, then expand to cover all of PTCA sources. First, the district will partner with the CSC to develop a community benefits policy, a CBP, that invests 100% of the penalty monies from the fuel refining sector back in the PTCA area and then expand to all sectors of the PTCA area. Next slide, please. So how can local residents and communities get involved? The success of the plan depends on continued participation and activism of the Richmond, North Richmond, and San Pablo community. Register and receive regular electronic email updates by visiting project webpage, attend the public virtual community steering committee meetings, visit the calendar of the meetings webpage, and look to the Path to Clean Air Community Emissions Reduction Plan Steering Committee. Was there something you would add?
Thank you. And our calls to action are actually, the plan is out now, and so all residents can make comments on the plan. We will also be having on January 11th a virtual community engagement review of the plan. And so we encourage all of our residents and for city council members and staff to include this in their weekly bulletins and newsletters out so we can have residents actively engaged in the SERP process. And once it is reviewed, we'll be voting on it as a community steering committee. Then it'll go through the air district, and then it'll go through CARB. So it does have quite a bit of ways to go. We have in the past had an incredible champion, Claudia Jimenez, put up a resolution in support of the community emissions reduction plan and creating a very strong plan. And so as a resident, if there is a discussion or in the future, the city of Richmond, we are asking the city of San Pablo and the North Richmond MAC to also write resolutions or letters of support in regard to be sent to their district during public comment period, which ends January 19th. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent work and excellent presentation. And I'm very glad to see you here in person. Mr. Tran, my first question is for Ms. Cantu and the map, and you emphasize it includes all of Richmond. Well, it doesn't, and I would like to ask you to please include all of Richmond in the map. You know where I'm representing District 4, and if you look at the map slide, you'll see that the majority of District 4 is not included in the map. Is it possible to do that?
Can we respond?
Please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The map, can we pull that up on the screen? I'm not sure if we have the slide deck.
KCRT, could you show the map, please?
I believe the Air District responded to this question about the boundary lines
They
already.
did. Ms. Goodfriend responded and said it's upon you to do that.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Banner. I'll respond to Ms. Cantu's point. Dr. Goodfriend did send a response today to your inquiry regarding the boundaries. And I believe the response from Dr. Goodfriend was that we could consider it under the implementation. But I also want to refer you and the council members and Mr. Mayor to item FR 1.2 in the slide deck, where it talks about the rules that can be developed after with the implementation of the community emissions reduction plan, which would benefit all of Richmond. And so that's really, I believe that was what Dr. Goodfriend had referenced in the email response to you, that it's not out of the question to, discuss revising the boundaries during the implementation phase.
I'm not sure what your answer means. I didn't understand the email either. I thought it's up to CSC to do it. Let me explain to you what the concern is. El Sobrante Valley is like a basin. So polluted air goes up at Chevron Refinery, but then as it moves, it gradually lands when it cools. We are also very close to Martinez Refinery that keeps having incidents. Recently, a couple of days ago, I had a level 2 incident, had a fire yesterday. So we're surrounded by Martinez Refinery, Phillips Refinery, Chevron Refinery, and as I told you, it's a basin. It traps the polluted air. So it's very important to include it in air monitoring as well as, greening and everything.
Thank you. I would love to have a conversation. I'm sure our other CSC members that are in your district also have concerns. And so I think it would be great if the Air District can follow up with a meeting directly with you to go over the boundaries. And if you request a community steering committee member, I'm sure that there will be one to meet you in that meeting as well to go over those boundaries.
I would love that. My concern is there may be no member from that community in CSC. Otherwise, it would have been included.
That would be a discussion. I absolutely know that our community steering committee applications are going to be reopening once we vote for the plan. And so I think that's an incredible way for you to identify a community leader, a resident, and add this to your newsletter so that there can be more representation from your district. We have many vacancies right now, as this has been a 3-year process. So there's many ways that we're able to include your district and residents' voices.
So I'm confused. My request counts as nothing to change the boundary to include the entire city of Richmond?
I think we'll have to follow up with that request.
Okay, I would appreciate if I am given specific instructions on how to follow up, because I insist it's very important for my community. Also, Mr. White, you mentioned community warning system, and I'm glad you did. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council has been requesting talking sirens. City of Berkeley has them, so it provides clear instructions in voice, in words, to tell people what to do, provide instructions. And as I heard, it's possible to get 75% of the cost through grants like CAL FIRE, because it's good not only for pollution, but also for wildfire evacuation. So we're working with community warning system and also CARE, Community Awareness and Emergency Response. We're looking into possibilities, and we would love to work with you as well, and just expand the conversation to be more successful in implementing. Many other cities are implementing it too, like Mill Valley, Marin County, many cities in Southern California. It's just going rapidly because it's based on zone haven. First of all, zone haven provides them, and also based on all those zones, evacuation zones, the speakers work. Talking sirens. So let's continue the discussion offline. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, again.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to see where the fruits of the original labor came to be. I remember sitting in the room full of people trying to figure this thing out. It was a brand new law. We were just coming up with ideas and who should sit on the original board, and it's great to see years later the work that has come about. So thank you for your work there. A couple of questions for the toxic emissions. I know that in the presentation, I'm sure you might have something else somewhere, but I wanted to see if there was something that talked a little more about how we're planning to reduce them. Is there a plan that's been put in place? What does that look like?
Yes, so the entire plan is 160 plus pages, and there's an entire section on public health and how we're reducing toxic weighted emissions. There is cross collaboration with the county, and so I do believe the Air District will be sending that plan out to all council members and the mayor for review, and we can go into detail if you request a meeting with any of our CSC members. Dr. Amatoso, who's a lifelong physician here in Richmond and a pediatrician, is a CSC member and would definitely love to, and he was a co-lead for public health. And so that's a person that is an incredible asset to our community and an advocate that would be able to sit down and share specifics of the public health strategies.
Thank you, because I would like to see what we can do to bring some of those ideas and work that you've done into policy so that we can start moving it forward. So if it's the plan, how do we then move it into Richmond? And also going back a little bit into when AB 617, or some people call it AB 617, and they get confused. But AB 617, when it originally started, it was focusing on a particular community. The first community was West Oakland. And then from there, it was mirrored. And while all of our communities are impacted, it was very focused on a set of communities, and it started growing from there. So I think there's opportunities to grow. But I had, or I don't remember if it was myself, but other people had asked at the beginning as well, a similar question to why not all of Richmond. And I just remember back then that they were very focused on a particular piece, anything close to big industry. West Oakland was focused on the terminal, the ports. So it didn't include all of Oakland, even though air and wind goes everywhere. But it was very specific, but it would be great to see because the wind does travel. But I just remember that in part of the conversation, that we were doing it in pieces because there was not enough funding and not enough resources to do every community from corner to corner. But it would be great obviously we're getting some really good positive movement on it. So it'd be great to see something in the future. So, and then you also in your, and because I'm always going to try to stick in hospital and healthcare, you also talk about healthcare, right? So partnership opportunities, so seeing what else we can do. How do we tie your great work into other needs of our community? And one of those other needs is an additional hospital in our community. So figuring out, again, those partnerships, how do we use this data to further other data that may be missing a point, to say this is why we need, in this hospital desert in Richmond and in West County, this is another reason why we need another hospital. So again, more partnerships. So I would appreciate any other data you may have that might be able to help us with that. And I know that in a lot of the slides here, you talk about Chevron and Chemtrade, and I know they're definitely one of the biggest companies here. But just last week, as you mentioned, was Veolia. But also remembering Veolia is a company that was hired by the city of Richmond. So when we talk about accountability, please hold us accountable too. Right? Don't forget that Richmond has to be on your list, because we either create the policies and in this instance, we have hired a company that unfortunately is not doing a very good job. So you hold them accountable by holding us accountable. So I just wanted to put that out there. Please put us on your list of, not on the naughty list, not on the good list, for better terms. And then on one of your last pages, you mentioned going to the project webpage, but unless you have the PDF, you can't click on it. Would you mind telling us what the project webpage is? Just for those that might be watching. And
Yeah, if you go to simply bacmed.gov, the Community Air District the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, the AB 617 is prominently on the front page of bacmed.gov's website. Because we are open for public comment period, it is fully on that front page. And then you'll be able to see AB 617, North Richmond, San Pablo Community Plan, and it'll take you to a calendar of events. And that will show you the January 11th the virtual community workshop that we'll be hosting. But bacmed.gov will take you directly to that page.
Thank you. And then yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman. I wanted to also add to Ms. Cantus that we were also promoted on social media via Twitter and Facebook to get the word out. The public comment period has commenced.
Thank you. And then BACMED is?
Bay Area.
Yeah. It's a BAAQMD.gov.
And it stands for?
It's a Bay Area Air Quality Management District.
Thank you. I know. I just want to make sure we put it out there. And then on zero emission bus fleets, you're speaking my language there again, right? I'm trying to electrify the city fleet. Maybe another partnership opportunity is the infrastructure. So maybe that could be part of your plan as well, is as we're putting legislation or thoughts out there on electrifying our fleet, we also need to electrify our infrastructure. So we're never going to get to one without the other. So if we have those partnerships and conversation, I think I'll help move that conversation forward. And then another partnership for the community warning system. I know it's not perfect. And I saw the partners that you're going to have on there. I would love to partner, maybe the city, if you can partner with us and how we can make it better. I know Councilmember Bana would agree with a community warning system, making sure, because we also have fire danger and others, but in particular to anything related to air, that's a danger to us. So if you can partner with us on that as well, we would appreciate it. And that is it. I don't have a lot of questions, but I just have a lot of thoughts. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Thank you for the presentation. It sounds like that this work is still moving forward. So I guess some of the two primary questions I had in mind is obviously we talked about the incident that happened a couple weeks ago with a major flaring incident. But for me personally, I see flaring every single day, every single night from where I stand, anywhere between I don't know, sometimes 7 to 12 in the morning. Why am I outside at 12 in the morning? Because the dog needs to go to the bathroom sometimes at 12 in the morning. So the refinery is right there in my face in clear view, and I see fire in the air. And sometimes on rainy days, the fire looks frankly very terrifying. That entire context is just asking, like, what kind of strategies are the city or the Bay Area Air Quality Management District able to implement? Because we've had presentations and conversations about this in the past, and it's left me very unsatisfied. It's just kind of like, well, flaring's happening, and it needs to happen just to maintain the safety of the refinery. But the things are at level 1, so residents have nothing to worry about, but I'm still worried. So what kind of strategies are available for a city like Richmond who, from my perspective and other community members' perspectives, experience flaring basically every day?
Well, one of the things we want to approach is the fact that that is not normal, and we don't want to normalize that and do more in-depth investigations, get to the root of why the refinery is flaring, if it's equipment related, the way the operation is being ran. But there's another point that you hit on that's very important, and that's the level of the incident and who sets that level. So that is something that we're seriously looking into. And to make sure that solutions and answers are done independently from what is being told by the operators of the facilities that are the bad actors.
Okay. All right, so look forward to see like how that conversation develops. I guess my part 2 of the question is during this public comment period, and I know there's going to be a virtual town hall meeting, is there a phone number related to that public town hall meeting? Because I'm thinking about people who don't have computer access necessarily and could probably be able to call in even if they can't Zoom in. Also, with that being said, are we at least posting a physical piece like at our libraries, community centers, senior centers for those who may want to participate, but they're not actively on the internet every day?
Thank you, Councilmember. So we, the Air District will post the phone number to the Zoom link. And so you can participate, all can participate just by dialing in, and we'll make sure that the information for the dial-in is available. And as Ms. Cantu stated earlier, we'll ensure that all of the council and the mayor has a copy of this plan, whether you prefer it by email or hard copy. We'll make sure that gets delivered to you expeditiously, as well as we'll have a copy available here at City Hall. Again, however the city manager or city clerk prefer that to be delivered, we'll get that to you, but we will ensure that the phone number as well as the public participation Zoom link is prominently displayed.
Okay. Actually, another question that just came to mind, and I'll yield the floor. Are you, and I'm not a Zoom technician, so I know there's some complications with the technology, especially when you have Zoom participants and phone callers, but is there a possibility to have the meetings be multilingual for those who may be monolingual Spanish speakers, or is there a possibility to have a separate meeting for those who'd prefer to hear it in Spanish or potentially any other language, which I know we have multiple out there, but that is a large portion of the city of Richmond and the region?
That's an incredible question. Language accessibility is critical, even for our CWS, our community warning system. And so that is part of our plan for community engagement. The actual plan and the website and materials are translated already into Spanish. And the website is available in Spanish. There is a community engagement subcommittee that's finalizing details on the plan. I'll take that back and make sure that we include either live interpretation or see about holding an event that is in another language. For community engagement, we're not simply just doing our city council members, which is incredible, all of our city councils, but I have went to at least 7 different community-based organizations, including talking to the college and talking to Richmond High School students and other CBOs, CBE is a part of this, and so forth. And so they have translated some of the materials. Our FAQ is already translated as well. And so we are engaging both English and Spanish speakers. It's a capacity issue.
Yeah. No, yeah, I definitely know it's a capacity issue. I just would be remiss if I didn't uplift it so we can continue to work at that. So, you know, in general, for all of our systems, including city council, anywhere we go, we have that figured out as we work towards language justice and just getting as much input out there and getting community participation. So, yeah, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it.
And to confirm, Spanish is available for that workshop.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you for your great presentation, all your great work. I just want to say I'm really impressed with the detail and the just the attention to detail in this plan and the way it's moving forward. It feels very promising. I specifically really wanted to call out and thank you for including mobile sources, the vehicles, and I think that that's a lot of not always recognized sources of air pollution. We don't think of distribution centers where trucks are coming in and out all day on hundreds of vehicle trips as a major source of air pollution, but it is. And we need to be aware of that. And then I did just want to make a comment about fence line communities, because I believe my understanding was that this initiative was focusing on fence line communities that are right up against industrial polluters, point source polluters, who have been experiencing this disparate impact for decades. And, in the case of Chevron, for nearly 100 years, and how that just disproportionately impacts people's bodies and generations of people's bodies. And we carry that legacy actually in our bodies when you're born and raised on the fence line of these industries. And it really does have a different impact than folks who are getting a more dispersed, still impact, but more dispersed impact. And so starting with those most impacted and then expanding out from there. So often the people who are most impacted are the ones that don't have the the access to the microphones, to the power levers to be able to make change that will help positively impact their health. So I just wanted to make that point, is I really appreciate that this initiative is starting with the people who need it most, and should be focused there until we know how to make change, and then we can expand it out. And then finally, I think you called in at the special council meeting, and we're talking about how it was really important to include community voice as we move forward to address, making sure we're holding industrial polluters responsible. And my question is actually around that. I heard that and I was like, okay, how do we do that? What does that look like to you? And that's actually my question to you, Ms. Canto. When you envision moving forward on issues like the flaring at Chevron, on Veolia, things that we are actively moving forward on in ad hoc committees and other things, how can we best include community members in those initiatives?
Yeah, really thankful for your comment. If I didn't make it clear earlier, it is exposure, not just emissions. We're really focusing on exposure, and that's a key word in our plan, to look at the disproportionate harm that major polluters are having. And in particular, the plan utilizes cross-agency collaboration with community and workers at the helm. This is very, very unique in the sense that this is a CSC member made of people with industry, workers, and impacted community members at the helm, as well as government representatives from county. We're looking for a North Richmond member. The City of Richmond and City of San Pablo are all at the table. And so the plan in particular to hold there's multiple ways. For fuel refining, we have compliance and enforcement that would look at investigations, increasing investigations, but not just ordinary investigations. There was an important question that Council Member Cepeda asked, which was, what's the protocol of inspections? How do you prioritize when and how to go out, investigate, and to audit? And through conversations as a CSC member, every time we talked to somebody at the Air District, it was very subjective. And we need a standardized protocol that has community and city council and workers at the helm saying, this is a prioritization protocol that you should be following when you do investigations, inspections, and audits. Also through a community benefits policy. We have seen this last year, even the funds from Chemtrade that were allocated over $1 million. Community and cities will be left out of that conversation unless we advocate for those funds and how those funds could be to serve the health equity disparities, the health deserts, how they can be moved to the Black Mother and Baby asthma program at the county. That is exactly the intersection. And so if there's a plan or if there's work like the feasibility study that BK and Shiva did on what it would look like in the future for Chevron, if something were to happen, we want to include that in the Just Transition Subcommittee so that we can advocate and have the Air District play a more critical role. And so there are plenty of ways. I encourage any and all of you to read the plan. I will sit down, go over the plan with any of you. So it's critical for all of us to better understand it because you all know so much about the inner workings of the city and can point to those initiatives, the policies that are already in action and that we can play a critical role in. And so there's quite a bit more, but I know our time is limited, so I'm excited to discuss more.
So I think the short of it is we need to read the plan, and after we read the plan, figure out how to have synergy with the work that you've done. Like that's the steps. Thank you.
And before Councilmember Jimenez speaks, I'm going to take a chair privilege to ask my question because it follows up on something that Councilmember Robinson said. She focused on exposure. To me, exposure equals cumulative effects. So I'm curious, are there measurements? Is there a baseline? Are there measurements to start figuring out what the cumulative effects are?
Well, our plan has a community description, and it has all of the toxic weighted emissions. It also has the exposure rates, it has asthma rates, and it includes the racial equity piece as well. So it's, I think, about 8 chapters, and there's an entire chapter just on the community description, which focuses on why we, and the AB 617 in particular, is to be used for exposure, not just emissions, because of the cumulative impacts. And so that is in the plan. I apologize it wasn't sent beforehand, but the research has been done through the Air District and with the help of County Health as well. So it is in the plan.
Okay, so my question was specifically to the baseline of where we are in terms of exposure and how exposure will be measured and stacked up, day by day, year by year, on people who live there.
Yes, I just want to make sure. Yes, it is in the plan and there is a baseline. That is the priority, starting with that baseline and then measuring for our goals.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the incredible work that you, Marisol, and everybody in the committee has done. And thank you for just kind of like advocating for our community. This is a major issue, and health issues now. Uh, I I have a question, and I don't know, like if but like, okay, I'm going to say, some of the frustration that we have with like flaring or the spill in the bay that Chevron had like 2 or 3 years before is that the city doesn't have kind of like enforcement power really to uh, find the corporations to do better for our community. And when these fines are minimum, if they have, and we don't see that they are coming back to the community in a significant way. How does this change that, if so? And just wondering if this could help the cities to have more enforcement power or just kind of like more skin in the game, because it's so frustrating. Like we see the flaring and everybody's like, yeah, flaring, and we just put things, but legislation here, like we don't have that much.
The city does have a handle that just hasn't been used in almost 20 years, and that's the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance, which piggybacked off the Contra Costa Industrial Safety Ordinance. And the trigger to enforce that power is probably going to be through the DA that's here in the city. It's almost been abandoned. Audits are done by the county. I think the last one I read was 2017. And the findings need to be shared with the city council, and where there are gaps or lackings by industry, they need to be addressed or be dealt with appropriately by the DA.
Okay, so we have that mechanism and we need to really pay attention and enforce, like use that. What will be the recommendation if so? Like, is something that this plan look at it? Okay.
Yeah, so one of the fuel refining approaches for compliance and enforcement and legal penalties is, in particular for legal penalties, is to create the cross collaboration between the DA, the city attorney, and the air districts, attorneys as well, and council, to be able to look at the intersectionality of those different complaints. Like you'll see Veolia, it may be air, but tomorrow it may be land. And so how are we actually working together? All of those agencies, right now, they are currently functioning in silos. It's just, to my amazement as a community member, to realize how much all of these agencies do not talk to each other and are working single-handedly. And that is, this plan tries to address that by bringing in the key players to then hold polluters accountable. And the city of Richmond does have a lot more power than you can imagine, even from permitting to the buffer zones to the land use as well. Of course, the county does, to the ISO, the Industrial Safety Ordinance, and also with the city attorney here protecting the city as well.
Okay, we will look forward to working with you to bring, as Council Cepeda said, more of this into legislation and strengthen what we have already. I just wanted to tell that Councilmember Robinson has some suggestions for non-Richmond residents to be part of the committee. So please talk to her. Thank you.
Thank you. We have council members who have comments to make, but I think we should hear from the public first.
Okay, we have one in-house speaker, Jamin Purcell, and then we have speakers online.
So I've been reading through this report of AB 617 through a couple other hats that I wear. And one of the things I really appreciated about it is that it is trying to be very encompassing of all of the different ways that the community is impacted, and in particular is trying to really focus on how communities, or the frontline communities, have not had that ability to, as was mentioned, enforce, be able to bring complaints, be able to make change, and I think this is a really powerful piece of I think this is a very powerful plan to be able to give some of that power back to the community. The only thing I would say I have questioned about is that because it came out on the 13th, and then we have the holidays, and then the first community meeting is on the 11th, and then the comment period closes on the 19th, which only allows for 8 days after the workshop that will be explaining what is in the 160 some odd pages. I guess I'm not like, it's not back and forth, but I would hope that there could be advocacy for an extension of that period. So not only could community members be able to more have ability to process, because again, 160 pages and a very technical language, but also for people like commissions or even the city council to be able to write to those who will be voting on this, to be able to give their endorsement and their recommendations of how this could be very successful within the city and within the area. So that is my only question, and I don't believe it's actually befalls any of the three here. Is more of like, I think it's wrapped up in how it's structured, but I hope that perhaps that could be affected in some way. Thank you.
And our speaker online is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, yeah, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I just want to say, if the map it becomes more inclusive for the entire city, please remember that the Southeast Shoreline Area Community Advisory Group has a lot of experience with issues of exposures on our shoreline in that neck of the woods, including VOCs from the Zeneca site and other sites at former industrial sites along the way there, and BioRad, which I believe is still the second largest source of air pollution in the city of Richmond. You know, we also have like apartment buildings that are built right next to freeways, which endangers people's health. And there's been some really bad land use and planning or lack of planning in terms of people's health and safety around this stuff. Anyway, I'm not going to belabor it. I just want to put it out there that it's such a huge problem in our city, and I've been working on a focused area, of course, in that one strip of our city, but it's huge. Anyway, thank you for all your work, you guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you so much. So we'll return to comments by council. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are one city, and you're the mayor of this one city. And your staff, Mr. White, is on the CSC, so I would like to ask you to please represent all of us and have your staff also make sure the entire city of Richmond is represented, because it has never been tested. We don't know what the impact is. It'd be nice to monitor that, and I hope Mr. Tran and Bay Area Air Quality Management District supports it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I wanted to focus on the comment made by BK White, and that was about normalizing flaring. I've often heard Chevron executives talk about how flaring is a safety valve. So, to me, that says the more flaring, the less safely the plant is being run. I mean, you wouldn't need to flare if you were running the plant safely. So I think that we should take to heart the fact that because there is so much flaring, instead of just normalizing it, we need to investigate what causes the flaring and figure out how to diminish the need for that flaring. And we can only do that by looking at the causes. So do we have other comments? If not, then yes, BK?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do plan on coming back to see if we can get a resolution passed endorsing the program. So we wanted to let you know that you will see us again.
Fantastic. And I also want to ask for recommendations on what we as a city need to do in order to get teeth in our ordinance, and also what we need to do to improve the ordinance so that it's not just a document, but it's handcuffs for people who don't follow the rules. Thank you. All right, next item.
Our next item is item AB 5D, and that's from the consent calendar, the Way to Love contract amendment to approve a contract amendment number 2 with Way to Love, Inc., to increase the contract amount by $2,774,543.26 for a new total contract amount not to exceed $3,019,543.26 to provide project management, housing navigation, case management, and employment support services for the city's Encampment Resolution Fund Round 2 project for a term extending through June 30th of 2025 to be funded by the city's ERF Round 2 award.
Councilmember Willis, through you as the acting chair now while the mayor steps away, I want to just open this item by saying that I really am extremely appreciative of the work that Ms. Velasco, Community Development Director, Jesus Morales, and Michelle Milam have been leading to support the unhoused in our community. I want to personally acknowledge them because I really pushed hard for us to have a series of contracts on this last meeting of the year so that since we don't meet again until January, that there would be processes and mechanisms in place to serve our unhoused during the holiday closure. And in particular, also want to acknowledge that traditionally this is not the work of cities, and so we're all on a path of continuous improvement. We're all trying to learn and implement best practices, and so I've asked the team to put together a PowerPoint to provide an overview of the work that they've been doing and how all of it fits together to advance the homelessness strategic plan. And so it will stay on topic in terms of this specific item, but also making sure that the council and as well as members of the community can see how all of this work fits in together into a portfolio of work that is, again, new to the city, and that we're very appreciative that we have over $13.5 million from the state of California, as well as ARPA funds that the council has allocated to help advance this work. And so with that, I'll turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Shasa. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. If I can ask KCRT to please share the presentation. As Shasa noted, we're going to sort of walk you through a path of what has been our homelessness response and how does the Way to Love contract amendment fit within this larger approach. So next slide, please. So we're going to talk a little bit about first the point in time count, and this is our 2023 numbers in Richmond. The point in time count identified 487 individuals living unsheltered within the city. So this meant that in addition, we also know that CORE, our outreach teams, are making daily contacts with unhoused individuals, and In our records, we have 3,119 individual contacts, that these were different folks, so not all of the same. In addition, we also identified that 62% of that population reported losing their housing in Richmond. I think through the mayor's State of the City address, a lot of the unhoused are from Richmond, are living in Richmond, have ties in Richmond, have family in Richmond. And so we think too, finding service providers that have deep understanding of Richmond and its history is part of our work and some of the best practices for more effective work. So we'll talk a little bit about Way to Love and their experience in this regard. Next slide. In addition, who's experiencing homelessness, and this comes through both the point in time as well as our core outreach, but there's 33% approximately are families, and about 70% are single individuals. And what that means too is that the way our shelter space, needs to look at both family accommodations, but also for individuals and couples. We also have identified that there's pretty half and half gender, female, male. But then also that we do have a lot of domestic violence survivors within this work, so making sure that counseling and services are made available to support their enhancements and pathways to housing. In addition, we know that almost 55% of the population that's affected by homelessness in Richmond is African American, with about 24% being white and another 22% Hispanic, Latino. And this is important too, because as you know, we want to make sure that our services are culturally relevant and understand the experience of people of color. And so that's another big push in our work and our learnings through our work. Next slide. And as part of the recent accomplishments in 2023, the council also adopted a homelessness strategic plan, and what that provided was a community-wide roadmap of strategies that the city was going to pursue both in the short term as well as in the long term that would help end homelessness here in Richmond. The plan covered who's experiencing homelessness and why. So we need to understand what causes people to be unhoused and how we can identify programs and strategies that address those issues. So you'll see that a lot of the contracts that we've provided and the council has supported really include a breadth of activities, both in workforce development, in housing navigation, counseling services, and actual rent assistance. So this is part of what we've looked at is evidence-based strategies about how we identify those innovative approaches and then how to prioritize, understanding that there's limited resources and the council has to look at both short-term and long-term strategies. Obviously, we're building affordable housing in the city, but a lot of that housing takes time to come online. And so how do we design programs now that can support the unhoused? Racial equity metrics, making sure that we're always centering around diversity, equity, and inclusion in this work is also important. And so that's been one of our focuses as well as we continue to look at service providers as well as services and programs that we design. Next slide. And just to remind the council and the public, these were the main 5 objectives that were identified in the homelessness strategic plan. Obviously we want to improve the quality of life for unsheltered individuals and the community. So helping provide supports and encampments now, both through sanitation, but also in everyday needs. And then also expanding and sustaining permanent supportive housing, as the council has supported both home key applications, ASIC applications to really try to expand affordable housing and permanent supportive housing options within the city. And then homelessness prevention and crisis programming. This is a lot of the work that we're doing with crisis response. In addition, economic pathways, we funded work with SOS that's providing jobs for people living in encampments. But then also this work that we're going to show you this evening, and part of the scope of work is also working with income specialists and job specialists to help folks on a pathway to being able to afford their own rent without city-supported assistance. And then obviously building capacity, both internally, but also with our partners, community-based organizations, and then accountability. We want to make sure that we're moving the needle as it comes to addressing the issue of homelessness, and we're not just, finding Band-Aid solutions, but, supporting the unhoused now, but then also finding more structural changes that can help avoid this in the future. So that's also part of this larger goals. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the resources. I think as the mayor and also our city manager has highlighted, in 2022, we collectively worked together as a team, and we did apply for encampment resolution funding round 1. One of the focus for this grant program was to actually just focus on one encampment, and so we had to select one site, which was the Castro Vehicle Encampment, and that was $4.8 million. We're sort of in the winding phases of that grant. The expenditures began in July of 2022 and have to be completed through June 30th, 2024. As you know, Way to Love was our project manager for that project, and we had additional service providers, which we'll talk about, that have supported that work, and we've successfully housed 59 folks. In addition, we're also still working with another 30 people in finding permanent housing solutions, and recently HCEB was awarded case management services as well as community care liaison work to continue to support Castro encampment residents. As we move now focus to this encampment resolution round 2. So in 2023, we applied for the round 2 funding, and we were lucky again to get this funding, and this time we learned from our first experience that it takes more than what we thought. So this time we requested $4.6 million, and part of it was to just have more support services, the wraparound services that are needed to really accomplish the outcomes we've identified within the homelessness strategic plan, and heard from our unhoused neighbors, like what is needed is we need more wraparound services. So the teams got bigger. It's no longer, a 6-person care team. It's really meant to be 10 to 12 people. And so that's part of this work too. And this encampment resolution funding wasn't limited to one site. So what we did do is we identified a focus, and the goal is to house at least 115 individuals within encampments on major transit corridors, including Interstate 80 and Interstate 580. And the expenditures this time, it's a 3-year funding cycle. So the project officially began July 2023, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the contracts that we've recently awarded, and the funding will need to be expended by June 30th, 2026. In addition, at the last council meeting, you all allocated $1.9 million of ARPA funds for tenant protections and rental assistance. This evening, you've approved a couple of contracts that will help get those funds out now to support and hopefully avoid any additional folks from coming unhoused due to being unable to pay their rent. In addition, we did seek to get opioid settlement funding directly sent to the city so we can decide how to support those services. So currently we have about $265,000, which equals to about $150 annually. And so early in 2024, we plan to bring you a contract for your consideration that would show you how we want to spend this work, working with the local health provider as well as a local workforce and encampment outreach group. Next slide. So here's just a quick summary of the planned expenditures for both the ARPA funds and the ERF Round 2 funds. So I'll start off with the ARPA funds, the 1.9 million that the council awarded. So this evening you saw a contract and you approved it on the consent calendar, $700,000 for the Richmond Community Foundation to help us set up emergency shelter services. And Michelle will talk a little bit more about this, but there's a shelter crisis now. We're in needs of beds, rooms, during both the inclement weather, but also as we start this round 2 work. And so the Richmond Community Foundations will assist us. We are anticipating that they will bring subcontractors within that work to assist and provide on-site care for residents that we bring indoors to the motels. In addition, we're just doing a little bit of bridge funding while we work on getting an additional announcement out, looking for service providers to do the rent assistance, understanding that there are residents now that have been coming to your meeting telling you about rent hikes that are coming that may affect their ability to stay in their units. So this will allow us to get that money available now, so early in the year we can start cutting checks and checking eligibility. But that would leave still a little bit over $1 million that's unallocated, and we'll be seeking partners and community-based organizations to help us expend those funds and get the rent assistance out to Richmond residents. And then encampment resolution round 2, like I said, it's a little bit over 8.6 million. So early in 2023, the council approved a contract to do a specific core team for round 2, in addition to expanding a Richmond team. And so that equates to about $923,000. This evening, the contract amendment that we're discussing is 2.7 million for Way to Love to not only do the project management services, but also under the umbrella of Way to Love, do the housing navigation, employment specialists, housing locators, and we'll talk a little bit about the benefits to doing that based on our learnings. In addition, earlier this year, probably a few months ago, the council approved a contract amendment for Housing First, so we could start housing and providing rent assistance to unhoused residents that maybe are closer or recently unhoused, and their needs are a little bit less than what we're talking about Way to Love providing with more intense wraparound services. However, that still leaves almost 3.8 million unallocated, and part of the reason we're not recommending to allocate it all now is you don't really know what's needed fully until you start talking to clients and understanding what their specific needs are. So we are leaving room that once the case management and the outreach starts, we'll have better understanding of how those expenditures how we would recommend you spend those. In addition, ERF 1 was $4.8 million. As I mentioned, we're in the last 6 months of that project winding down. There is continuity for the Castro residents that were served in ERF 1 to be served under the encampment resolution round 2. So if that's needed, that will continue and they can transfer into the funding of the 3.7 million. And as you know, in an encampment resolution 1, we funded SOS, we funded CORE, we funded Way to Love, Housing Consortium of East Bay. We paid for fencing, security, towing, porta potties, counseling services. So there's been an array of service providers. And I will note all of these have been individual contracts that we've been managing as a team. So we weren't just managing one prime with several subs. We've been managing 15 separate contracts. And so part of our goal here too with this Way to Love amendment is to have the subcontractor serve under the prime. And so it also, we think it helps with overall management because they have more authority because they're the direct contractor, where we're not brokering relationship between multiple city consultants or contractors. And so that's one of the reasons we're recommending this path. Next slide. Okay, so I think I'm going to hand it over to Michelle now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate, Lena, all the information that you provided. I'm going to talk a little bit about emergency shelter. So as we all can see, it's very cold and it's raining, and we know that the conditions with the inclement weather are not going to get better. They're going to get worse, and it happens every year with climate change. So emergency shelter is a major concern, not only for the city of Richmond, but countywide. So currently, if you want to know how emergency shelter is offered, it's offered through the county continuum of care, which basically is a specific system that's set up for those who are in need of the emergency services. What happens is an individual client would be assessed via placement, usually through CORE, that has a direct relationship with the service provider, and through a data management system called the Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. They'd be entered into the system. CORE has access to see how many beds are available that day. We've been having extreme difficulty in my role, serving both on the interdepartmental housing team as well as with the police department. We've had major difficulty being able to find emergency shelter beds. So I'm very pleased that in retrospect, this council has been able to approve the RCF amendment to be able to allow us the ability to offer more emergency service beds. The way that it currently works is that the county is planning on opening additional supportive housing. As you probably know, the city of San Pablo has done a lot of work with the county to be able to open up additional beds. I think it's over 50 beds next year, but that doesn't get us through the winter time. We still have quite a few months before next year. The hope is that some of those individuals who are currently in the Brookside shelter, which is also full, would be able to transition into those longer term shelters. But again, that doesn't get us through the winter time. So this RCF amendment was very important for us to be able to offer our residents who are experiencing homelessness some additional resources. The city, what has the city done? Well, part of what this council tasked us to do was to be able to facilitate some discussions between Health, Housing, and Homeless Services, H3, which is the county's service provision agency, and GRIP to be able to offer 15 additional shelter beds for the winter. Those are also all full. Currently, we have a Richmond camping ordinance that's based on our ability to be able to successfully enforce the camping ordinance and really be able to offer those services that our residents need. And the camping ordinance is very specific, is that if someone is in need of a shelter bed and they ask for a shelter bed and there's not a shelter bed available, then we cannot adequately enforce the camping ordinance. And again, that's been a challenge for the last 6 months because of the shelter crisis that we're experiencing in the county. Richmond's not the only city that's experiencing this. Concord is also experiencing the same thing. And so there has been talk about collaboration in the county and moving forward. So again, great appreciation to this council for being able to approve that amendment so that we can move forward on this. Next slide. So the camping ordinance, as I talked about, requires that emergency shelter beds be available to those who accept accommodations. So typically what happens if we have an encampment, I'm sure all of you all know, and I've gotten many of your emails and responses from residents and businesses, there's an encampment in my neighborhood. How do I go about resolving it and resolving it compassionately where we're able to offer people some services? Well, the first step is for CORE to go out and make some outreach contact with that individual and be able to offer those services. The individual has the provision within our ordinance to accept or decline services. But if they accept services, and again, services aren't available because we don't have enough accommodations, then we are in a challenging situation where we have encampments growing, where there's health and safety issues that we've seen. We've seen this happen in Los Angeles and other places, but we don't really have the resources to be able to successfully identify that. And that leaves Public Works and other agencies such as Caltrans and BART, other public agencies, the inability to be able to address some of those health and safety concerns. So next slide, please. So if you ask about our current shelter system, I just wanted to kind of list some of the shelters that are available in the county continuum of care. We have the Brookside County Facility. We have the Bay Area Rescue Mission, which is privately run. We have the Greater Richmond Interfaith Program. We also have the Concord Shelter, the Philip Dorm Medical Respite Center, that's for medically fragile adults. Delta Landing, which was the county's initial home key project, which was a motel conversion. And then we also have Cali House, which is for transition age youth 18 to 24. Next slide. So in terms of building capacity, let's frame it this way. City staff will need support to be able to do this. As our city manager mentioned, this is not something that cities of our size normally undertake, but the city has made it a priority, and rightly so, given the amount of unhoused issues and housing issues that the housing crisis poses in the city of Richmond, to make housing a #1 issue. So we've taken this on, but we need to make sure that we build the capacity to be able to work in conjunction with the county and other agencies and the capacity at the city level. So I know one of the things that we were considering was, is it possible for us to be able to have the city run a 24-hour shelter during the winters? At this time, we took a look at some of the city resources. We took a look into utilizing some of the recreation centers, the Richmond Auditorium, and looking at existing city staff, and it really isn't possible for us to be able to provide our residents the kind of care and support that they would need to be able to successfully run something like that. So we would need some opportunities to be able to build capacity. And that's what's important about being able to leverage your resources. So you're able to do that within existing contracts. And that's one of the reasons why it is important for us to be able to leverage those resources that we have with our existing contractors. We do have an on-call list. We do have contractors that we've worked with over time that have demonstrated the ability to be able to provide these services on a short-term and a long-term basis. And so we looked for ways that we could be able to maximize those resources. The city did create the on-call list of service providers. That really helps us because, as Lena and Jesus knows, the state has a deadline. And sometimes when you get the notice, the wonderful notice that you've received funding, you find out that you're already 3 months behind because that's when the state actually is awarding you that funding. And so you have to get moving on those projects to be able to meet your reporting deadlines. So it is important for us in our procurement process to think about those ways that we can be able to identify those service-based providers that have that experience and expertise within Richmond to be able to do this kind of work so we can staff up and have the ability to staff up quickly when we need to. We also want to make sure that the city maintains partnerships with the county. I hear a lot of this. What is the county doing? Where is the county at? What services is the county providing? We do have a good relationship with county staff, and specifically with respect to the emergency shelter capacity, the county is working on staffing up. They believe or anticipate that they'd be able to staff up on additional emergency shelter sometime in February. So we would be able to provide some of that interim shelter to be able to make those connections. We also work with the county on leveraging core resources and other resources that the county has to bear so that we could work closely together with the county on this issue, because the city and the county have to work together. The city cannot do it alone, and neither can the county. So we have to find those ways to be able to leverage those resources. And then finally, the county has been in agreement with us to work with us on this emergency shelter issue. They realize that it's an issue within the county. They have some ability, and they're looking at the capacity to be able to lease up motels, similar that we did to Project Room Key during the pandemic. We learned that, in the event of emergency, we really can make changes. We can. And so I think that's one of the lessons learned from the pandemic, is that when people need help, they need help. And they don't need you to come back and say, wait a minute. You need to have the ability to be able to staff up quickly. And so that is also in our management ability to build up those resources with our contracts. Next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Jesus Morales, who's going to talk about the planned resources and the partners.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening. So some of the planned resources. So under the first contract that we'd had in ERF1, we have been working with some of these providers that I'll be talking about here First one is HCEB, who's provided case management and community client care services, and they also have a contract to continue this service for the Castro Encampment residents. Richmond Community Foundation is providing rental assistance support, and it's going to help us create a new emergency shelter options with on-site 24-hour support and management of clients via service providers. We're also looking to work with them to contract with a local motel that will provide 20 to 30 rooms that we can use for the emergency housing. CORE has been working with us to provide outreach to identify individuals in need of emergency shelter and providing intake, transportation, and a continuum of care support. And the CORE team is important because they need to register all the clients that they come in contact to into the HMIS system. That's one of the requirements of the state grant that we have, is that we have to use that system in order to provide them information, updates on the clients that we're working with, what we're doing with them. We also have been working with SOS, who's been providing engagement, encampment engagement and sanitation support services for Castro Encampment residents, but all other encampments throughout the city. The city intends to work with RCF to provide the initial support for the emergency shelter for 90 to 100 days for emergency shelter until the county services can be established, and can also provide additional assistance to help more residents. Way to Love Incorporated will provide wraparound services to individuals in the ERF2 target sites as part of their contract that's under consideration tonight. H3 will continue to work to stand up additional long-term emergency shelter provided by the county to pick up after the city resources end, and assist with ensuring clients in the program can transition to interim shelter. Next slide. So Way to Love's scope of work. One of the things that we learned and really resulted from the ERF1 partnership with Way to Love is that it was very important to have a project manager that could work with all the different partners that we had contracted with, which was ACB, CORE, SOS, and some of the other subcontractors that we've used for other services. Way to Love has put together a team of experienced professionals, including housing locators, housing navigators, employment specialists, on-call clinicians, case managers, and program directors. All the positions will be funded for an 18-month period. One of the lessons learned suggests that one of the best practices is to have a service provider subcontract via the project manager to assist in the overall management and oversight of the team. I think that's one of the things we're looking for, to really have a more direct oversight of the subcontractors we're working with, and work closely and directly with the project manager along with the city staff. They will be providing transitional housing for 3 to 6 months, collaborating with service providers to provide housing navigation, case management, and income development services leading to permanent housing assistance and placements. And we'll accomplish this by housing residents at a motel, so we can really focus on providing them the services that they need in order to help transfer them into permanent housing, get employment development that'll help them be sustainable once that rental assistance ends. We are focusing on major transit corridors, encampments, including the 580 and 80, and extending assistance for former Castro Encampment residents as needed. Some of our Castro residents will be using up the assistance from ERF1, but they still need additional services. They need additional rental assistance, so we're looking to continue to assist some of these residents with the ERF2 funding. And there's $500,000 from the Housing Trust Fund and $50,000 in flex funds that will be included in the total contract amount. This will allow Way to Love to be able to pay the rental assistance directly to the landlords that are working with us to house our residents. And the 50,000 flex funds are also important because we can't move people into housing unless they really have all the necessary things that they need, whether it's furniture, bedding, toiletries, all the things that we take for we're used to when we live wherever we live, and so we need to make sure that we can provide them, and also potentially assist them to make repairs to their automobiles, provide transportation cards, Clipper cards, so that they can get around to appointments and get to job opportunities. Next slide. So the contractors that will be working with Way to Love are Labor of Love, that will be providing a case manager, counseling, clinicians, and employment specialists. 3F strategies, which will be providing housing, landlord engagement, and a housing locator navigator. And the UNCUP project, which will also be providing housing locator, housing navigation, and case management services. You see there the estimated contract amounts. Those aren't fixed yet, but that's roughly what we're looking at in terms of what each entity will be providing. Next slide. Support for the residents. So residents will be assessed for program compatibility, providing housing navigation, the HMIS entry, as I mentioned earlier, and connection to the continuum of care. Residents will be offered a short-term stay with specific plans to exit to longer-term shelter or other housing opportunities. One of the things that we always tell our clients is that everyone's path to housing is different. They all don't follow the same path, so we have to work with them individually to develop what that housing plan will be for them. The city onboarded therapists, as in the process of bringing on board case management and income specialists to help with the work of developing sustainable income for our residents. Next slide. Recommended action. To approve the contract with amendment number 2 with Way to Love to increase the contract amount by $2,274,543 for a new total contract amount not to exceed $3,019,543. And this will provide project management, housing navigation, case management, and employment support services for the city's encampment resolution funding round 2 project for a term, for a term extended through June 30th, 2025 to be funded by the city's ERF2 round 2 award. Next slide. Outcomes and evaluation. Are we meeting our goals and does it work? Part of it will be provided by the HMIS data entry because this will be recording all the individuals that we're working with and what we're doing to help them. The city is also currently in the process of documenting the state reporting requirements and will set up comprehensive evaluation of ERF1. That was a contract that was approved a couple of meetings ago, and the evaluator is already working with us. The city also plans to do an evaluation and metrics for ERF2. Next slide. Questions, and we also have tonight with us the Executive Director, Way to Love, Vanessa Callaway, available in case you have any questions for her. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, thank you for a really great comprehensive report. I had a lot of questions, and I feel like that report actually answered most of them. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it right. I think what you're saying is that the Way to Love will be managing the contracts of those other 3 or 4 providers you listed that have subcontracts through them. So all the money that is allocated in this contract isn't going directly only to Way to Love. It will support them, for their project management work and the work that they're doing, but they're also going to be managing and doing pass through on these other contracts. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then you answered the other question I had about outcomes and evaluations. There's a comprehensive evaluation that's going on in collaboration with the state grant. Is that what it was?
Yes, I mean, a large part of the encampment resolution funding program is really demonstration projects, right? So Richmond was in round 1. We have, it's a path of, like Shasa says, of continuous learning. I mean, I've certainly learned a lot, and part of it is listening, right? That once we talk to our clients, our residents, we're understanding what their needs are and are able to, the money is somewhat flexible and we're able to design programs to meet their needs. But yes, I think evaluation, we certainly want to share what we're learning in this work, and the amount of resources it takes, and also vision and support from this council, because it's difficult, but it's also necessary work if we're really going to tackle this larger problem.
Great. Yeah. So I just want to be clear that at the end of this contract term, which is a 2-year term?
18 months.
18-month term, we are going to have a lot of data from like what happened, like how are we able to help people, how are we able to serve, and that is a part of the grant.
Yes,
right.
the grant is funding the evaluation
Yeah,
services.
great. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Definitely. And that's part of what the state really wants to learn. They're looking at Richmond. We actually participate on calls with other cities, including Los Angeles, that have asked for Richmond's data and how Richmond dealt with the Castro encampment. So it's really part of the state process to learn from what's being done here and to also document what worked and what didn't work.
Okay. And then, you know, one thing that really has kind of disturbed me since reading the first kind of report on homelessness that we got is this number of a number of African Americans who are experiencing homelessness like twice as high as any other ethnic group. And to think that most of those people are people who grew up in Richmond and find themselves on the streets. And so I do wonder and I hope that a part of the metrics that we're collecting are going to be demographics, not just on who is experiencing homelessness, but who is getting support. So we know that, so we can get a sense of when we're allocating resources, again, that we are making sure that those that are most impacted are getting the benefit from those resources.
That is my concern as well when I see those numbers, and I think it's not just reflected in the number that's experiencing it, but also the pathway. So I think that that's really important in terms of our process, is prioritizing that equity and access to services in the system.
Yeah. So my final question is just, you know, I think that not a lot of people know a lot about Way to Love, and I wonder if the executive director or whatever can talk a little bit about core capacity, like what are you bringing to this work that is unique and kind of powerful, needed, so we can understand like why Way to Love, why are you the right contractor to hold this body of work?
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson, and I appreciate the thought of the African American community. Born and raised here in Richmond, California, Way to Love services our unhoused population, also our youth and young adults. One of the things that I learned with Castro was that some of the contractors that we had wasn't familiar with our demographics. They didn't understand our people, they didn't understand our city. No fault on their own. However, it took a little more coaching, so to speak, to get them on board on what it was that our Castro clients needed. And so prior to having a team at Castro, it was me, the project manager, and CORE. And so I felt that it was very important to build relationships to understand the stories of each individual at the Castro site and not just box them in. I came into this saying to Lena, Jesus, and Michelle that this is not just going to be a box that we check saying that, oh, we house this amount of people, but the goal was sustainability. And so we learned a lot. And as project manager over Castro, I wore many hats, from truancy to housing navigator to launching a housing network program. And so for me, it's about compassion, and you can't teach compassion. I've experienced couch surfing myself. I have family members that have and are experiencing homelessness. And one of the things that Way to Love bring to the table with the contractors that we're proposing tonight is 2 of those organizations are based here in Richmond, California, born and raised with lived experience. And they're Black men that understand our city, they understand the population, and they can relate to those who we're gonna be working with. Re-entry is a huge issue also with our unhoused population because they're in survival mode. So Uncuff brings that to the table, and that experience of knowing how to relate with those that are in and out of prison, but to get them and to provide the necessary support. Also, I would like to share with the council, these 3 organizations have been it's been imperative of having them as partners with ERF1. Some of them haven't received any funding, considering Uncut. They have supported us. They have come and talked to our Castro residents because sometimes hearing from Vanessa all the time, it becomes that mama mode where they block it out. But to have a new voice to come in that's relatable and that has recently lived that path, it makes a huge difference. And so ultimately, what I want the council to understand is I'm not just in this work to get a check. I was doing the work in the city of Richmond before there was ever a contract. I've been serving our unhoused population for over 25 years now. It's what I believe that I'm called to do, and I will continue to do it and work collaboratively with the city of Richmond and other organizations. Did I answer your question?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. That's all my questions.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, all the work that Lina, Jesus, and Michelle had been doing, and thank you, Vanessa, for all the services you are doing with Castro. I have a lot of questions, and I want to make sure that, because I want to make sure that like I had these answers to understand what are we going to do. And I say that because when I look at the contract, the first contract for Way Too Low was $235,000, and then it's a big, huge jump. And I want to understand how this is happening, how this is going to be implemented. So we are not making things that maybe the capacity is not there or that. So I think like one thing was the pass through. So it's not like Way Too Low is going to do everything. So I wonder is how much of this money is going to pass through and to whom?
If I can ask KCRT to call the slide deck up. I want
And
to.
Lena, can I also add while they're waiting to bring up the slide deck? Also, Nikki Meste, Deputy City Manager, has been working closely with the team here on procurement and on the contracting and on making sure that that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. We know that there is a great deal of scrutiny regarding this work. And so, Nikki, if you want to come up and participate in the conversation, I think that would be helpful. I think because there is a whole interdepartmental team that has been supporting this work. And so the finance piece in particular has had support from our Deputy City Manager. And so just want to acknowledge and thank her for that participation. And we've also had other peers reviewing scopes of work. So that way we continue to refine them and build best practices as well as make adjustments in real time as we're seeing that there needs to be modifications. But back to you, Lena, but just wanted to clarify that for the good of the council. Thank you.
Okay, so, and KCRT, I don't know if you're able to call up the slide, but I believe it's slide 15. So labor of love is approximately 295,000. 3F strategies will be about 575,000. And it's the slide titled Way to Love Subcontractors. The uncuffed project is a little bit about 410,000. In addition, we are adding $500,000 of housing trust fund, which is really meant to be direct rental payments, plus 50,000 of flex funds. So I think it's almost 1.3 million to subcontractors and then about another 550,000. But part of what we are asking that Vanessa to augment her team is more administrative support services, because so much of this is data, right? It's tracking data, understanding, because what Jesus mentioned is no pathway is the same for any individual. So we may move somebody in one hotel, they may have disruptions or some issues that we have to move them to another hotel. And so we constantly are needing to track things and making sure that everybody has what they need. So if they're moving into a unit, we have furniture ordered, we have, you know, basic food supplies to start them off with in their journey. And so data tracking is so key that we are asking them to add additional, and in addition, since she's going to have subcontractors, review of invoices and all the backup we need to pay those invoices is also key. So we are asking not just to be a project manager, but also having additional administrative services that can help making sure that we have all the backup we need, because that's been something that, you know, through this process, we've had to spend a lot of time and resources on.
Yeah, thank you. So it's still confusing to me. Now I am trying to understand it more, but like because when you look at the amended contract and the budget, there is a table here with personal for $1.7 million, and then operations 294,000. So are these personnel going to be contractors, like personnel that are already part of the subcontractors?
They will be subcontractors within this team. So the team now, so the original contract for Way to Love was, we got Vanessa.
Yes.
We got the executive director for 2 years, or approximately 2 years. And then, but now, as you can see, you know, we're gonna have, and I think I summarized it in the staff report, it's a team of 3, 4, 5,
10 people.
6, 7, 8, almost 9 people, with some, you know, a couple of them being part-time or 0.75%, because the caseload and the need for folks, and that was part of why we asked for 8.6 million this round, is we can't do it with 6 people. It needs to be more, but there's also a large allocated amount still, because we're waiting to hear exactly what the needs are to understand, and we'll make additional adjustments. You know, I think even with Castro, that's been the journey over the 2 years, as we've come to you with contracts at different phases once we have better understanding. So this is our best guess right now. This is how we're going to start the team. But we do anticipate bringing forward additional contracts and support services.
So is a lot of additional people. I wonder, are they already there with the subcontract? You don't have to hire anybody, or like, because like it's 8. One thing that and I hope that you answer. One thing that I was just thinking here is like, oh my God, it's just a lot of more people. We like, if everybody has to be hired, it's like 18 months. So I just wondering how
Thank you for your question, council member. So everyone is ready to go. They're already on board, and we're ready once contracts have been executed. And so just to give you a visual, with it just being me coming on board in August of last year, it meant 12, 13, 14-hour days for me, because I was a team of one wearing many hats. And so health-wise, balance-wise, self-care-wise, and mental health in the work that you're doing, I plan on being in this work for a long time, and I can't continue in that vein. So it's necessary to bring on some experts and a group of people that's ready to go and to serve our community. So to answer your question, yes, we're ready. We don't have to hire up. They're already hired.
Okay, this is good to know. And I think like I had 2 more questions, maybe just one. So one of the things that it says is that it will be like one of the outcomes is to have 100, like to support 100 individuals. In the operation budget, it says furnishing 50 households. Why no is like 50 households, thinking that it's 100 individuals, that some of them will be family, some of them will be.
Well, yes, start with Castro, we did the buddy system. And so because rent is so high and it was too much for one person to afford the rent on their own, we partnered with some landlords that was willing to split the lease. So if your rent is $2,000 and just say me and Councilmember Robinson decided we wanted to be roommates, her lease would be for $1,000, mine would be for $1,000. And so it worked in some cases it didn't. Like Lena said, it's trial and error, because everyone's story and pathway is different.
Okay, thank you. And the other, like, just some questions. So in Castro, how many unhoused residents from Castro are in permanent housing right now?
59.
59?
Yes.
So, how many in total were there? 80? Or?
104. And
104,
so unfortunately, we have 2 deceased. We have 1 incarcerated. We have 1 in rehab. We have 14 that we've not had contact with. And when I say we, I mean the team at large, myself, HCB, and CORE, for more than 5 or 6 months. And the remainder are couch surfing or in hotels, and that we're working on getting them into permanent housing.
Okay, okay. And my last question. So there is some contract with HCEB, right? And so when I was looking at that, I saw some similarities on this contract and what they are doing. So it seems kind of like, in that point of view, when I was doing it, it was just kind of like duplicative. So can you, or you can like answer the question like what will be different? What is HCEB will be doing that is particular to them, and why this contract will be doing that is particular to them? So we.
Sure. So HCEB is now focused for the next 6 months. So through June 30th, ERF1, we need to get everything expended. And so that's part of what we're doing now too, is we need to get going on ERF round 2. And we've started already. The council's approved multiple contracts. So they're currently working with the specific clients that are in the couch surfing, or in hotels phase to get them on a pathway to permanent housing. In addition, and so that's through both the case management and the housing navigation. In addition, there is a group of folks as well that, we're every day, or monthly, we're holding Staying on Your Feet. Some of these are folks that have been unhoused for the last 10, 12 years. And so part of it is just providing continuous support and meeting their needs. So they're also doing that. But that's what they're focused on, is completing the last 6 months of ERF1. What we're trying to do with this contract amendment is get started with ERF2. So we have to expend a certain amount of funding by June 30th, which is half of the 4.8 million. So we have to do 8.6 million, so 4.3 million that we need to expend by June 30th. So we have the Housing First contract, we're, the Way to Love, and then, but we're not trying to keep any penny unused because we know every cent is needed. But that's really the idea here, is that while Vanessa will have some project management time in the old ERF1 contract, her focus is now going to shift to ERF2.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my last question, talking about the emergency shelters, are we going to be able to have emergency shelters, especially like I know, like for instance, the mayor last year was trying to get the city to open some emergency shelters. So is this something that is part of this? Are we going to be able to provide
Yes.
shelter with the city, and especially in this raining season?
The answer is yes. You actually approved that on consent tonight when you amended the RCF contract. Since we already had, and remember I talked about staffing up quickly, the capacity to be able to staff up with some of our existing contractors, we can now long-term lease hotels and motels, SROs, to be able to get people into housing and be able to have RCF as a provider provide other partners that can work with them to provide some of the service provision while we're waiting for the county to staff up. So that ability to be able to do that was done tonight.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say the
Councilmember-
last comment.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, through you as a chair. So Councilmember Jimenez, I think what we're trying to distinguish is there's a nuance there, and that our experience has been, and welcome back, but we have found that residents and I've talked to some of the council members, really prefer to have individual accommodations. And so the notion that to expect people to come, essentially off of the streets and into like a large open space with other people doesn't appear to be a desirable strategy. And so we're trying to really meet people where they are and to provide a continuum of care and to also provide these different strategies depending on, because there's gradients of homelessness, depending on what the individual needs are of the resident, because we're trying to have strategies that have long-term benefit. And unfortunately, also we want to be thoughtful to our staff as well, that is not our core skill set. And so what we're really seeking here tonight, for me, is certainly providing support to our staff that have been so committed to this work by thoughtfully partnering with local nonprofits to provide services in a culturally competent way. But just trying to open a shelter is not something that we have identified as a strategy. So the hotels are what we think can be a really good place to provide those wraparound services in a way that is more thoughtful to the people who are experiencing homelessness.
So not shelters, but like having some funding to pay for some.
It's
hotel-
temporary, temporary shelter. And the nice thing about it is it's a partnership with the county. We're not shouldering the whole load. The county is going to come in and provide additional emergency shelter. They just didn't have the capacity right now because they have to work on their emergency shelter declaration to deal with their procurement process because they didn't think about on-call lists and some of the things that we have been building into our team to be able to staff up quickly. So that's part of the work that we will be doing. And I think one thing that's important for the council to be able to understand in terms of ERF1 and ERF2, there is some carryover. We know that people aren't going to be able in 1 year to come to sustainability. And you all recognize that, obviously, looking at the mayor's report, things that you've identified, that the tenant sustaining services, the unhoused services, looking for ways for people to have more affordable housing, they all really kind of connect together. And so what we want to do also with those Castro residents is continue that continuum so that we can support them for that additional year to help them with that income development that's going to be important for them to be able to sustain their services after these funds are gone. We know that these are temporary funds from the state, so we have the challenge of getting people ready for life after the subsidy ends for many of them who don't have vouchers. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to be able to have that consistent continuity in the contracts.
Okay, well, thank you so much for answering my question. I know that I took a lot of time. I am back.
Yeah, you still have 24 minutes.
Okay, so I want to say one last thing is, thank you so much. And for me, the most important thing is that most of the money goes to the people and not spending on administration. I know that we need a staff to do that, but I just want to make sure that most of the money, big percentage of that goes to the people impacted. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can kind of piggyback off of the last comment Councilmember Jimenez just made, and actually before I make my comments, thank you, Way to Love, for the great work you did with Castro. I walked the site several times with you, and I got to meet some of the residents there, and I saw the impact that you had on them. So with that in mind there, I know that you've done a really great job. And again, piggybacking off of what Councilmember Jimenez said, I'm looking at $1.72 million. That is all going to staff. And I'm just trying to, and I know I've had conversations with Michelle. It's like, where do we find more humans to help with the housing crisis? Even if we were to find open rooms and shelters, we need the humans to help service them as well, because they can't just go in and give them a good luck card. So I know that I need that there. So I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together here, and the math might not necessarily end up working. But the 3 contracts, Labor of Love, 3F, and Uncuffed, is $1.2 million. There's $493,000 differential. I wasn't able to find that. And I know that there's benefits at 33%, but that's 439. That's not the 493. Now, that could have had a different number, but is the number that you had on your slide, and also, I wasn't able to find this presentation on our website. Not sure if it's available.
We didn't have it prepared, but we're happy to share it with you and post it with the clerk's office.
Thank you. I was like,
again-
I'm clicking everything, so it wasn't me. Thank you for confirming.
Yeah, no, this was a result of the questions we got from various council members today, and that was developed in advance of the meeting under a very short timeline. So again, thank you to staff for being so responsive.
That was just like magic, so thank you. All right, so then I wasn't crazy there at that time. So the difference, so the three at that time. So the three there is 1.2 million. The difference is 493. Is that 1.2 million, does that encompass salaries and benefits? Or is that minus benefits?
This is all salaries and benefits, because that's the 33%.
It should include the salaries and benefits. You know, as I mentioned, you know, the Way to Love will augment their staffing, and maybe Vanessa can elaborate a little bit on that. But we do need the wraparound services to make this sustainable. So while it seems people intensive, that's really what's needed. And to think of a workload, I mean, you know, literally Vanessa and Jesus and Michelle, you know, them more than I, you know, are dealing. I mean, a lot of this is crisis management. I mean, you are getting ready to fund a contract or hire staff and create a department. This is what the work takes. And, you know, having somebody available at 2:00 in the morning, you know, or on a weekend. So part of that is we just need to make sure that we have those full resources. And so obviously if the services aren't needed, aren't used, then we're not going to provide them. But this is what we're anticipating. And certainly if we can accomplish housing more than 115 people, that's what we want to do. We certainly have more than that living on the streets today.
I agree. We do have a lot more individuals that need a lot of help. So that 493 is where? So is that part of the benefits?
No, some of it is under Way to Love's for their direct services, their administration.
Lena, can you point, please? I'm sorry, Mayor, through you as the chair. Lena, can you reference the page number of the attachment in the contract? Because I think Councilmember Zepeda
Yeah,
may have it up on his computer.
So if you look at the contract where it's the budget sheet, sorry, there's no page number.
Yep.
So the first one is, you know, project manager base salary, 18 months would be the 245,700, and then add 33% of benefits to that. In addition I think there's some bookkeeping that will also, so the bookkeeping, accounting, document management, the 46,000, you know, add. So it is getting close to 400,000, and that's where I think, and the numbers, you know, as we were pulling all of this together, so that's why we put estimated, because we think it's close. It may not be exact, but we certainly will get you those exact numbers.
Thank you. And again, while I know that we need a lot more humans, I just see that we have 500 in the Housing Trust Fund. How much of this money is going to physical house?
All of it. That's the intended amount that they will be paying rent,
What is
security deposits.
What is the rent?
The rent to, like, for example, for an apartment,
Which line item on that budget is rent?
the 500,000.
So the 500,000 is the rent,
Yes.
and then it's 294,000 in operational supplies or operational items, and then 1.7 in staff. Correct? I'm just trying to figure out, because there's so much, and nothing to this budget and nothing to Way to Love or anything. It's just frustrated that it's so expensive, and we're putting only 500,000 to actual housing, and we have all almost 2
Thing to be
million.
mindful of, and I think we should be mindful of, is that this is just a portion of ERF 2. This is not all of ERF2. This is a portion of the oversight and project management. The goal of ERF2 really is to identify housing resources for people. Now, of course, you need people to manage it. It's not a fun thing to say because I'm funding people and I'm not funding housing, but there are other wraparound services you have to keep people in their housing and make it sustainable to provide those other additional services. And those are expensive because one of the things we've seen in the field, you can look at CORE or others, is that if you're not offering some kind of a living wage salary, you're kind of condemning your people who are doing the outreach to almost the same situation that they are doing the outreach to because they don't have competitive salaries. So I think it's important for us to keep this in mind, that this is not all of the $8.6 million budget. This is a portion of it.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, council member, and it's my understanding that a total of 3.4 is being set aside for housing overall for the ERF2, and 500 is just where we're starting with.
I guess another way to phrase it is, can we put more into the housing trust fund? I guess it's like, there's more need in that section if we already have the staff. I don't know if there's a way to put more in
If I may,
there.
through Mayor, Mayor as the chair, so Councilmember Zepeda, you may recall, and maybe KCRT can pull the slide back up, that there were other allocations to other nonprofits that are also providing the direct assistance for rent. And those were the contracts with RCF. And so those include, if we can go back to, Lena, what slide was it? I don't have the hard copy in front of me, but there was an earlier slide that outlined the ARPA and the ECIA, the ARPA, ERF1, ERF2. And so it broke down how we're providing direct rental assistance through RCF here. And then so you can see that there were 700,000, 250,000, so that's 950,000 there. And then this is another additional 500,000 in this current allocation, as well as that 1.1. So I think cumulatively, overall, the ratios are, I think, moving in the right direction. And I do want to be mindful that what we don't want to do is just focus on providing direct rental assistance, and then people are not able to stay in those units because they need wraparound services. So we're trying to have different programs and different interventions based on the individual needs. So some of the emails that we got from other council members were like, okay, if somebody just needs rental assistance and they don't live in an encampment, now we have that $250,000 bucket, right? Because some people, they may not need wraparound services. They could just be wanting to get away from an unsafe situation, right? And so that might be a correct bucket. And then in this instance, with the ERF2, that would be for somebody who has experienced homelessness, right? And then the shelters and the motels, those are also from ARPA, if that enables us to provide services for both unhoused people who were in an encampment or someone who wasn't. So I think it's really important to delineate, and what we can do is add a column to this PowerPoint to clarify like who's eligible for which bucket of funding and provide more specificity on those other contracts that you've already approved. And so this, again, tonight was last meeting of the year. We're trying to dot our I's and cross our T's and make sure the council has information. And we would be happy to come back in the coming, well, we will continuing to come back because you see we still have, a significant amount of resources that we need to allocate. And so my request would be that staff will continue to update and refine this PowerPoint as we ask the council for additional appropriations and contracts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for the work that you've been doing in our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Bono.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of you. At times I've been frustrated with the way we handle homelessness. We don't get anywhere. But then, we can see we don't have those large encampments like Oakland or Los Angeles where murders happen or contagious diseases are, scaring people. So I know you're doing your best, and I'm well familiar with Vanessa's work. Thank you for everything that you do. I just have some quick comments and questions. To begin, I'm sure you know about Veterans Resource Program, and I've been talking lately with Rhonda Harris, and she told me that they do have openings. They serve both veterans and civilians, so if you could add them to the list of programs that are available and keep close communication and collaboration, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. The other thing is, I noticed over 18% are domestic violence survivors. This is in line and what we had from, listening sessions we had from survivors. So I would like to suggest that let's plan to have a shelter because it's a lot more expensive to pull them out of homelessness rather than keep them from falling into homelessness. So if you can have transitional housing for them and then train them and help them stand on their own feet. So when you come back, I hope you start the conversation about that.
Yeah, Mayor Martinez, if I may, through you as a chair. So Council Member Bono, what we're finding is that sometimes people would prefer direct rental assistance, and they don't want to go into a shelter. That's been, and I appreciate Vanessa, have been involved and visited the encampments, and my observation from listening to the residents' concerns and being in the field is that residents would prefer rental assistance or they would prefer individual housing. So I think we're not suggesting that we don't need a shelter, but we're suggesting like in the immediate, short term, that we need to partner with the county if we're going to have a shelter. That's not something the city on its own can do. And so in the short term, because we know people are experiencing domestic abuse and violence, we want to make sure that we have services for them now, because they may have a cousin that lives in a neighborhood where they feel safe, or they may have a great aunt or something who's retired and maybe has a house, but she can't maybe afford the increase in utilities for, a whole family to move in with her. And so if we have rental assistance, we can then provide the gap funding to help people transition into a safe space.
So the rental assistance that we approved now is available to them?
Yes, as soon as the contract's executed.
Excellent. Okay.
You did approve it. And I think what might be helpful for the council, and let me know if this is helpful, is that if we can come back, I think there's a lot of different pots of funding. And so it is important for you to kind of see how those pots of funding flow to each program, if that would help to have an overall perspective, not just of this particular contract, but of all the contracts. And if that's something that'd be helpful, we'd be happy to work on that and provide that to the council.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And for the housing that you find for them, I know many of them have pets and refuse to let go of the pet, or they have a vehicle and they don't want to leave their cars. Are there any solutions for that?
So we are working with ARF. ARF is an organization that Lena brought to our attention. They'll be coming to speak and to train some of our residents at our January Staying on Your Feet. They'll be offering jobs as well as training for their pets so that it'll be easier to place them with their pets, because their pets will be trained and more calmer than what they are now.
Okay. Thank you. And how about their cars?
Can I mention something about the ARF partnership?
Sure.
You know how you always everyone wants us to work with the school district? That partnership from ARF was a result of a partnership at Richmond High School. Brad Blake runs a nonprofit there, and he introduced us to ARF.
Nice.
And so I just want the council to know that when we work with nonprofits that work at schools, they give us recommendations, and then we try to match them with residents. And so I think that's a really good example of how we have a great nonprofit working at Richmond High, primarily supporting young people. It's called College is Real. And then the founder connected us with ARF, and now they're providing direct services in our community. So great partnership. So thanks, staff, for following up.
How do you spell ARF? ARF?
Yes, and they're located here in Contra Costa County.
Thank you.
Onomatopoeia.
Okay.
Spelled like it sounds. So just to your point about vehicles are challenging, right? Because especially people who have vehicles, they They tend to want to keep the vehicle because that's their one asset, especially if it's running. So one of the goals of ERF2 really is to remove any kind of impediments, and that's why we're leaving room in some of these contractual obligations and funds to see what's needed. So there might be opportunities to be able to help folks get their vehicles in storage, or to help folks find a place to be able to park their vehicle. We really want to leave some opportunities open within these funds to be able to develop creative solutions. That's what the state is looking for. Because unfortunately for our clients who have been homeless and chronically homeless for over 20 years, there's been a lot of things that haven't worked. And so it's really important to go and talk to them and find out what it is they need. And sometimes they tell us, yeah, we need that. And sometimes they tell us, you know what, we don't need nor want that. So I think that that's going to be part of our surveying process to be able to identify some of those needs, including the vehicle piece.
Thank you. Yeah, and their personal belongings. We may not think much of it, but it is their belonging.
Might be having storage. So there are
Excellent.
opportunities to be able to do that in that particular pot of funding. And again, I think having a spreadsheet where the public and the council can see those and how they interlink, it's kind of like, in my mind, a puzzle. So you look at each individual case and where can we pull from to be able to help this particular client.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I have one question about evaluation. So you said the city has some evaluation process. So overall, how do we measure success? I mean, how do you visit them? How do you know how long they stay? I mean, but as long as you pay the money, maybe they're gone, we're still paying the money. How does it go?
Well, there's still check-ins, even though they've been placed. There's pop-up visits, there's scheduled visits, there's phone calls, checking in, because again, when I started at Castro, it wasn't just about placing them in housing, but it was building relationships, which is why I was able to give you the numbers the way that I was able to, because they're not just numbers to me, they've become my Castro family. And so those are the ways that we're following up and we're tracking. And so does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. Thank you. And one question for you, Nikki. So do you write a big check, or sort of a step-by-step sort of indirect audit of what's going on?
When invoices come in, they usually come into Jesus. Jesus takes the first pass. Then
Okay.
we get together, and sometimes I bring LaShonda, so we have like 6 sets of eyes, and we take a look at each one. We go through each line item, and we make sure that nothing's overspent, everything based on what we know is allowable, and then we pay.
So it's a step-by-step. Is there a maximum amount?
For an invoice, it would depend on the services and everything that are provided. So there might be like peak time, you could have rainy season right now, you could get people in to shelter, supply them services. So it just depends.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's my last question. So the unsheltered people move around. How do you know who's homeless we're paying for? City or county or another city? Is there a regional approach? Is there collaboration? How does it go?
So the way we're going to work with encampment resolution round 2 is we're targeting encampments in the city, within our city limits. So we start there, and then we do an intake through CORE. So CORE will ask them a series of questions, including, where did you last have housing? Where did you sleep? And so, and this may be somebody that's not new. It's somebody maybe that we've already talked to at a previous encampment, and so they track that data. But the first part is doing the core entry into HMIS, which that will start the tracking. But as they move through different service providers, they will also enter data specific to every kind of service offer that's given to that individual. So this, and as part of the evaluation, we hope to give you more of this detailed analysis that will tell you exactly of those that were served at Castro, how many of them were Richmond residents. So we're working on getting that data to you with the consultant that we've brought on board.
I'm sorry, but I didn't see an estimate of the number of people that would be served, like lower range, upper range. Is there an estimate?
So in the grant, we said 115.
115. Okay, excellent. And actually, one quick question. There was a talk about onboarding therapists. Does it mean we're going to hire them permanently or?
Yes, and actually, that's already begun for Encampment Resolution 1. So there are therapy sessions that are available through Healing Spot, and that is something that has already been approved. And then for Encampment Resolution 2, the plan is to continue with different varieties of mental health support. We also do get mental health support from Contra Costa County H3.
But isn't it on core? I mean, mental health is
Contra Costa
supposed to be
County
covered.
H3 and CORE are interconnected, so they are part of the same system. But we have additional culturally competent services that are provided to residents that we offer through Healing Spot. So that is something that we currently do through our current contract.
Okay.
And also, we provide domestic violence counseling and support through House of Loving Hands.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
And if I may, Mayor, I think one of the primary points that we're trying to convey with the item this evening is that we as city staff, that we're trying to be responsive to our unhoused residents and meet people where they are. And we are trying to make sure that we are facilitating them having agency and making choices around the services that they need. We try to support and guide them into making, those choices, but that ultimately we believe that the residents have agency and we're here to support them, and that's how we can have the sustainable long-term approach, so that they feel respected through these programs.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion, because we're about to run out of time?
Yep.
To extend to finish this item, and then I know that our Richmond Place is here too, if we can finish their item as well.
It's way too early for that. At 11 o'clock, we can do that.
Right. So extend to 11.
I thought you were.
We're going to extend now?
No.
Oh, okay. At 11.
Well, yeah.
We still have a half an hour.
To 11.
We can't go until 11.
We go to 11, then extend to 11:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were going to make a motion to approve.
We still have public
Well,
comment.
he still has
okay.
questions, so I want to extend
I
to
was
this
happy
item
about
to the
that.
next item, whichever one it is. So.
Okay.
Well, then.
We have speakers.
Yes, and Councilmember Willis still needs to have his questions.
Oh, we also have a motion on the floor.
So let's, a motion to extend the meeting until 11. Or a motion to,
Automatically to 11, then we extend after.
okay.
Right.
First-
Okay, so now that we've cleared up that.
Motion. Second.
Yes, there's no need to make a motion at this time.
Right.
So we're going to
Yes.
extend to 11 without a motion?
No, we don't.
We don't need a motion to extend to 11.
11.
So why we are doing a motion here? Let's.
Because,
I think it means you're in a rush to go home.
yeah, I think it's because we're all tired.
Yeah.
Well, the
And it
quicker I
feels
can
like
get to my
11.
comments
Can
and the
we-
quicker
can
we
we
can get to
do-
public comment, the quicker we can all go home
Can
and
we
also
do
hear the
a
police
1
item.
minute to just kind of like stand up and just stress? So, because I have been here, 1, 2.
No, actually, I do think we're all tired.
Yeah, any member can do that on their own, but
Yes, Councilmember Willis, please speak.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Bonner did actually get to one of my questions about the animal placement, because I know that was an issue that come up before. I think another question that actually came up for me is credit counseling, if that's a part of this, because I know emergency shelters, supporting people and getting them income support is important, but as we're doing that transition, there's a lot of landlords or folks who are going to be looking at folks' credit. So how are we supporting people to ensure that their future is going to be stable after they transition out? Is that a part of this?
Thank you, Councilman Willis. Raymond Landry, Executive Director of Richmond Labor and Love Community Development Corporation, also known by this body at one time as McDonald Housing Partnership. We work with the related companies. You all just recently approved the sale of an asset we had to Eden Housing on 4th and McDonald for $15.5 million to Eden Housing. And we're grateful to be in this city and be a part of this body, and want to thank this body for taking the progressive approach to housing. But to your point with counseling, one of the things Richmond Labor and Love did while we were in partnership with the related companies of California, we were responsible for the social services for the seniors at Trinity Plaza, meaning we assisted them with credit counseling, taxes, Medicare, so on and so forth. And so I have a team that is, we work round the clock, 24 hours a day in our SRO, and credit counseling will be a part of assisting people with those kind of needs, helping them to understand how they can go onward, further, better, higher in their current situations. Not only that, but also helping them understand the HUD process and Section 8 process. At Trinity Plaza, over 15 years that we operated and managed that facility, we, on an annual, those 15 years, we provided 960 HUD vouchers. So we're also able to help them understand, hey, HUD has rules, here are the rules, here's the way to follow them, here's what you got to do, and so on and so forth. And so we look forward to partnering with Way to Love and the City of Richmond to help the residents. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. And I know I probably, one of the other suggestions that I was going to make, if it hasn't already happened, is seeing if any of the folks in the program could actually connect with our Richmond Bill Department too, to see if there's any living wage jobs, and also any of the vocational programs and such to help out with job training and skills building. If you have a comment about that.
Absolutely, Councilman. You all may not remember, but I used to be a counselor for the Richmond Bill program at one time.
I only knew you as a reverend and a community advocate. I didn't know you was a counselor too.
Yeah. I also, when we built Trinity Plaza, we hired 50 people from Richmond Bill to actually work on that project. So we had a standard agreement that if residents went through the Richmond Bill program, that they could actually work on the project down there. So about 50 people in the community were able to actually work on that. I'm also a retired laborer, Local 324, that was down on Ohio. And so we have extensive opportunities, particularly in the construction trade, for partnerships to assist people who want to go that way. I also am fortunate to have, Joshua still here? Yeah. I'm also fortunate to have, as a part of my staff, a young man who is who's an executive assistant for a public agency of about 450 people in the HR unit. And so he has a wealth of knowledge and information about how to connect people with jobs, resumes, so on and so forth. So we're ready. We just need the opportunity to do it. So thank you for that.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm glad that's happening, and I definitely want to uplift that. And I was going to wait till after public comment, but I'll just get my comments out of the way anyway. First, I will apologize. I did see folks since the beginning of the meeting sitting in front who looked like they were waiting to speak and had to leave, so I'm sorry I don't get to hear from them unless they happen to call in on Zoom. It'd be great to hear from their perspective, too. I've already been supportive of this contract because I know we're just in a huge emergency situation when it comes to homelessness and the housing crisis, and it's only getting worse, especially after those moratoriums dried up. For the work that I do organizing countywide, one of the things that have come up in this process is the impact of housing insecurity that the African American population has been facing in this county. I mean, there was a report done by the Raise the Roof Coalition that showed that in eviction court, the majority of the people that were showing up in eviction court were African American. The majority of the folks that were increasing homelessness were African American, and that was part of the reason, along with many other reasons, including the issues in East County, why there was a huge push countywide to push for more African American resources in the form of a holistic center. But in the meantime, it's just showing like where the most needs are, where the most vulnerable population are. And I think we do need to focus on those who are most needed and really uplift and stabilize that particular community, our particular community, because it's always been a huge impact. Even in the 2008, 2009 recessions, when people were losing their homes, Black and brown people were the primary people who were losing their homes and going into rentership or facing homelessness. So I'm just glad that we're having something right now that we can consider, especially going into the holidays and these horrific storms that are only going to get worse and more unpredictable. And yeah, I just appreciate all the work that you all are doing. And I'm actually very excited by the fact that especially the couple times I've been to LA, and I'm the type of person, I'll take the Greyhound down there and walk up that corridor where there's nothing but homelessness. And each and every year I took it down there, killed me. Every time I look around the city and see people on the streets and knowing that there's not enough shelter beds, kills me. So I just know that this is a great step in the right direction, and I hope we can be a leader not only in the county and the state on how to really address this. And I do want to uplift what what our city staff said, and thank Michelle, Jesus, Lena, all of you for working on this, because we were never built for this. It's always been a county responsibility, and this just shows the creativeness and initiative that we're taking to really address it, not just standing by saying, well, I don't know what we can do. So yeah, I'm just so grateful for everybody, and I'm ready to hear for public comments and get to motion and voting.
All right, I will save my comments till after the public.
Okay, we have in-house speakers, Raymond Landry, Vanessa Callaway, Leon Roberts, Michelle Chenault, and Damon Cook. Please come forward.
Mayor, I like your video. You know.
Well, good evening, everyone. I know you're ready to go home, so I'll be brief. I am Leon Bip Roberts. I'm a former Major League Baseball player. But I think my calling has been to come back home and help out those who are homeless or in need, the marginalized. And so I started working with Uncuffed Project so that we could actually make this happen. And I'm just thankful to be here and to be a part of this, because I know together as a partnership, we can make the things happen that should happen, that will help those get back on their feet. With the resources that I have, I've been able to speak to a lot of people who are able to get the homeless in situations where they get the wraparound services, but they're also going to get the jobs that they need. I've been working with AC Transit and Muni and a lot of different type of companies who have careers for these men and women who will get back on their feet. And I say they will get back on their feet because we're going to be there to help them. So just thank you, guys.
Good evening. I'm Damon Cook. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the CEO of Uncuffed Project. And I just want to thank you guys also for this opportunity. A couple of things I wanted to address real quick, and then I'll get off because I know everyone's tired. One of the things I wanted to talk about is our partnership with Workforce Development. Also, the approach that we take in this, as you guys know, if you don't know, 70% of our unhoused are formerly incarcerated. And because that number is that what it is, we have a different approach when we talk to the people who are unhoused. We want to make sure it's a kind of a holistic approach. We want also the mind, body, and spirit. So when we talk about getting them off the streets and putting them in a position to make better decisions and better choices, it has a lot to do with how do we approach them psychologically. And when we deal with that psychologically, then we're able to deal with the other things that come after that. But it's really a mindset. And when you're out there in the trenches, like Bip and I are generally out there, what we find is if we can take this approach, and we do have financial literacy that we offer, because one of the questions is how we're going to sustain this once we get them housed, and that's the financial literacy piece. We also have that, and we also have things that help them understand the decisions that they made yesterday are now going to bind them or bound them by the decisions they make tomorrow. So we're always doing things in that that capacity. So I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to doing some more business with you guys. Thank you.
Michelle Chenault or Chenault? Okay, and we have Vanessa Calloway signed up. Okay. So now we do have speakers online.
We have one speaker online with her hand currently raised, Emily Ross. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. Definitely in full agreement that services are needed to support our unhoused community and that a high level of investment is needed to do that well. So thrilled we have many millions of dollars to do so specifically for this. So thank you to Lena, Michelle, and Jesus and all city staff that have done the work of, securing these 2 rounds of encampment resolution funds, doing the really intensive contracts management, and making our homelessness strategic plan objectives a reality. Thanks also to Way to Love for the work you've done thus far and what seems to be pretty extensive coordination work that's ahead for you. So I think that this was a really detailed discussion. I think that my questions have been answered, but the materials didn't really articulate why a sole source contract to a small and relatively new organization on such a short timeline was why it was being done in that particular way. Knowing the round 2 funds have another year to be expended, and it's just a tremendous scaling up, more than 10 times the original contract amount. As an operations person, I believe strongly in being attuned to capacity and having infrastructure in place to do what you're trying to do. And so managing contracts for 3 subcontractors and expanding from a team of 1 to a team of 10 is a big lift, but I'm reassured that it sounds like actually somehow these people are already in place. And then the HCB duplication, it sounds like the rapid rehousing, housing navigation, case management, flex fund administration is only through June, so there's not overlap there. I guess I'm running out of time, but thank you so much, everybody, for your work on this.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Mayor, if I may, in closing, staff are committed to transparency and for ensuring that we always do a good job. And so at any time during this process, if we have concerns, we will certainly come back to the council and we'll certainly make adjustments. We always intend to, and we know that Vanessa has done a good job. And so we trust that that will continue. But if for whatever reason, if anything happens and we need to pivot or make adjustments, we can certainly do so. And we're committed to letting the council know if anything comes up, and we will adjust accordingly.
Okay, thank you. So I do have some comments, questions. I'm always excited when we have demonstration projects. When I think of ONS, I think of ONS as a demonstration project that was very successful. I mean, it had never been done before, but we did it, and never having been done before, it was a demonstration project. So you said that this is a demonstration project, and that the state is interested in knowing what you do right, what you do wrong, what's successful. So my question is, have you made any reports to the state yet?
So we are providing, and actually it started with monthly reports to the state, both on expenditures and outcomes. But the council recently approved a contract with HTA, which will be doing a year 1 evaluation. And so we're currently in the document collecting phase, giving them all the reports. And then they'll be doing interviews, not just with service providers, but with clients. And so we don't have an official report, but we're hoping by April we'll have the first quarter. And then, this project, ERF Round 2, will also have, because what was unique about Castro, it was our first vehicle encampment. ERF 2 is not necessarily vehicles, so we will address a multitude and a range. So we certainly think this round 2 project will be unique from the round 1 experience, but certainly we're taking lessons that we've learned in the process and bringing those forward as we do this new work.
Okay, what does the HTA stand for?
HTA, Hatchell Tabernacle Associates. Something close.
Just the name, huh? Yeah.
Okay, what Michelle said.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So you said that this was the first vehicle encampment, but it's not. Ryden Road was the first. So can you explain how what you've done at Castro is different from what was done at Ryden?
Yes, and thank you for clarifying that. It certainly was, our round 1 project was a vehicle encampment that we've been sharing data about. But as you know, Ryden was a very limited resourced effort. Certainly the council committed as much as was available at the time, but we didn't have intensive case management. We didn't have a range of wraparound services, and rent assistance was certainly more limited than what we were able to use with the funding we got through encampment resolution. So a lot of lessons learned in the Ryden experience, which informed our application for encampment resolution. So we're doing the best with all of the learnings we have in the process, and we certainly appreciate the patience and the grace that's been shown to staff as we embark in new waters.
And if I could add, the difference between Ryden and Castro is that the city obviously invested in Ryden. We didn't have the housing resources to be able to actually provide long-term rental assistance, which we did with Castro because of the additional investment from the state. And the state thought so much of Richmond's application that they doubled it the second time, and they focused on the funding. So I think that has been one of the benefits we have, that we have resources. We don't have to have somebody sit on a county waiting list to see and compete with people from the whole county whether or not they're going to get housing. We have those resources right here.
Okay, and the next question, I know that when we got the money for Castro, people from Ryden were excluded. You know, they weren't able to move over to Castro. So, and now we've got a larger pot of money for people who have, you know, have encampments far and wide. You know, I just noticed that an encampment that was at the off-ramp on McDonald was cleaned up. I think there's a new tent there now.
Yeah, Caltrans.
But most of it was cleaned up. So how are we addressing the people from Ryden who were excluded from the Castro?
They will be included. So the folks from Ryden actually were able to participate and get first choice in the Housing First program that you also approved as a council. And in addition, with this particular project, they will also be eligible if they are still in encampment. So if there's someone who wasn't addressed, there's an opportunity if they are in the encampment zones for us to be able to work with them. Because it's citywide, it's not limited to a geographic boundary.
Right, okay. Well, I want to thank you because you've done a good job at showing us a way to love. So it's very much appreciated.
Can we make a motion?
Well, I still have some more questions, if you don't mind. I noticed that the new monies, the whatever the number 2, has a later time. So can you refresh my mind? When is a deadline to obligate the money and the deadline to expend?
Sure. So the 8.6 with round 2, we have an obligation to spend 50% by June 30th, 2024. Within the first year, we have to commit and expend 50%. The penalty for not meeting that deadline is we have to give back 25%. And then the overall expenditures need to be completed within 3 years, so that'll be June 26. So we're certainly, I mean, they want us to expend the money sooner rather than later because, I mean, obviously we want to get the services out, but, so that's 4.3 million by June 30th of '24.
Okay, so, and what is the flexibility of the funds in terms of, you know, I understand that we're in a learning process, you know, we're, you know, finding out what works, what doesn't work, and we're altering how, you know, we're altering policy or we're altering the way that we approach the problems because, you know, they're individuals and everyone has a different story and they have different needs. So what is the flexibility in terms of spending the money for rental assistance or vehicle repairs, food support?
So that's been built in our proposal. So we are still, you know, we submitted an application that had a proposal and a budget. So when we're deviating from those expenditures, we do need to go to the state and get approvals of our program approval. But those specific items that you mentioned and some that other council members, such as storage, vehicle repair, all of the furniture, you know, all of that was built into our proposal.
And then one final question. Would it impact the program to allocate the money in allotments? For instance, we allot half of it to cover a certain amount of time, and depending on how things turn out, then we come back and allot the rest of it.
So that is part of what we've been proposing. You've allotted some already through Housing First. You've allotted some through the emergency sheltering. You've allotted some through Way to Love. But if you're talking about decreasing the time frame, we're already at 18 months. So we didn't go the full through June 2026, which would be about 30 months of time, understanding that, you know, we want to accomplish the work sooner. And then we have the opportunity to extend later if additional time is needed to accomplish the outcomes. And we will come back with future contracts once we start talking to clients and better understanding needs and resources.
So, okay, we're allocating 3 million at this point, and we have how much more after?
2.7 is the
Okay.
amendment.
Okay, well.
2.7 million.
Yeah, I round up.
Okay.
Yeah, so 2.7, so how much will we have left after this 2.7?
I believe it was another, I'm sorry.
I think after the current contracts, I believe we have just under $4 million that's still available.
We have a significant amount of funding that will still be available, as we mentioned, to be able to continue to do additional contracts and work based upon our surveys. So we'll have an opportunity to continue this work. And I think, to your point, Mayor, what you're really asking is, do we have an opportunity to come back and take a look at this work and do it in increments? And we do. And we do have the opportunity to do that through contracting, the existing contract, and through additional contracts.
Okay. And so I guess my final question is, there are so many different pots of money and so many different organizations that are part of this. So, you know, it's like it's like you have all these, you know, this is the money, these are the organizations, and how they come together to make a program, you know, makes me, you know, I was thinking of the, you know, the children's thing, you know, where you do, and then, you know, there's a steeple.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, sorry for that aside.
No, that's nonprofit 101. You have to have blended funding sources.
Right, yeah, so I would really love for you to come back and explain how that works. So
Can we make a motion?
Yeah, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract amendment.
I second it.
A motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Bonner. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
So our next item is item AB 10E, and that's the Richmond Police Department Assigned Vehicle Program. The person that pulled the item is Marisol Cantu. And I don't see her inside the chambers, and I do not see her signed up to speak on this item. So what is the pleasure of the council?
What's that? Yeah,
Can we make a motion then?
yeah, I think we want to hear this, so in order to hear it, we need to make a motion to extend.
And now can make the motion to, I'll send the motion to extend the meeting until we're done with this item.
I second it.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Oh, he's, okay.
He's running.
Yes. Extend the meeting, right?
Councilmember
Yes.
Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay, so item AB 10E is to approve the immediate implementation of the Richmond Police Department's Assigned Vehicle Program in the amount of $141,790 annually.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council. This item was on consent calendar and it was pulled by a member of the public, but I understand that that person's not here. We are prepared to answer any questions. We do have a presentation, but in the interest of time, we thought we'd answer any questions that you may have.
Good.
Yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I think like, I didn't know that this was going to be pulled, but I am the liaison of the Community Police Review Commission, and this item was introduced there by one of the commissioners, and there was a lot of extended discussion about it, and then they decided not to vote on recommending this, so there was no a vote. One of the things that there was no a vote in these, and they presented, like Oscar Garcia presented with other additional things, so, but the vehicle was part of that. And one of the things that so for me, it's just, I want to get some answer about some of the comments that the city attorney liaison made that time about this. And it was particularly that, like, I am going to read the comments that were made, and it's on the website, so you can also read it. But she said, in addition to that, there will be a lot, like, talking about the financial investigation, which you say that is going to cost $145,000, okay? But then it was, in addition to that, there will be a lot of more with respect to tax issues and professional liability that risk management will have to address, along with consideration as to the use of the vehicle when the officer will be on duty versus off duty. So I just, these are, like, she was concerned about that. She made that comments on that meeting. So since we are going to discuss that, I would like to, if the city attorney has something to say about that, based on what the city attorney, who is the paneling, said in the commission.
This is the first I'm hearing of this right now. So I am informed, and the police chief and assistant chief can confirm that the risk management issues related to this item have been vetted through risk management. So I'm not, so I can confirm that as part of the approval process. With respect to Pam Lee's comments at the CPRC meeting, you know, I can't right now comment on anything outside of, you know, confirming that we've covered the risk management issues. And I think, I don't know if you all were at the meeting and can provide more context around her comments, or if there's any, and my understanding is there's not open issues here. But I don't know, Chief, if you have more to add.
And particularly, like, I would like to address the thing that she mentioned about on duty versus off duty. And yeah, so, and if you can explain what risk management is saying, just to make sure it's okay.
Can we, Mayor, through you as the chair, can we direct that question to Nikki Mastey, Deputy City Manager, since risk management reports to her, and we're not familiar, at least I'm not familiar with who staffs that, and are they a contract attorney?
And it's part of.
It's part of Dave Alshire's firm.
Oh, which attorney?
Finally.
Okay, I'm not familiar with her work or expertise.
On,
Yeah, I'm not familiar with her expertise pertaining to risk management, but in the interest of answering your question, Councilmember Jimenez, if through the mayor, I would like to ask Nikki if she's been apprised of this and how this is addressed.
I have not been apprised of this at all, but just in general, any vehicles that are purchased are insured. Now, whether it's on or off duty, I would have to check with our risk, but usually they are fully insured. What concern did they have about the risk in particular on or off duty? I mean, what?
Yeah, no, I wanted to, so I don't really know. I just like, I remember that, and then I went to see the notes from that meeting, and this is what I got. So for me, it was just kind of like, when I was in the meeting, I am the liaison the Community Police Review Commission, and there were a lot of intense discussion about this item that actually had been brought twice to the Community Police Review Commission, and the commissioners decided not to even vote on any of these recommendations because they were kind of like some questions raised that were no answered. So for me, it was just more about any risk associated with doing these, what will be the liability and how much will cost to the city.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
if
Mr.
I
Mayor,
may
I
go-
don't get the question.
Well,
I don't understand what the question is.
So I think like it's more about like if the officer has the car when he's on duty, right? And then leave the car off duty. So now the idea is that, and I understand like the idea is just to support the officers so they can, like, because they had been working long hours, that they can take the car home, right? So is that correct, right? Go ahead, Dee.
If I may, one second, Dee, if I may. So through Bloomberg, Mayor, through the Bloomberg conference, I actually conferred with the city manager of Vacaville regarding this program. And so I do know that our neighboring jurisdictions are doing it. And so if the council is interested, for example, in doing a pilot program and we can compile the questions, I would be happy to confer with the other city managers that are part of Bloomberg. And then in the interest of time, I defer back to Dee, but I just wanted to let you know that that's where I personally first learned about this program is when we were participating in those conversations.
And
At
as far
Bloomberg.
as city vehicles and driving, whether on or off duty, that's addressed in the administrative policies under 107 and 108, and it discusses take-home vehicles that are assigned to any city employee that had them, and how they have to store them and things like that, and the conduct that they're supposed to. So the AP manual does cover that when driving any city vehicle.
And furthermore, we have police department policies that also cover driving, and we are introducing additional policies with this. If we have the approval of the assigned vehicle program, there will be additional policies related to the people taking home the vehicles.
Yeah,
And it is all in the packet.
If I may, when the officer takes the car home with him, where will it be stored? I can see the car being, vandalized by some angry constituent. So what are there policies that will ensure that the cars are in a safe place?
Sure, and my apologies, just in the interest of the time, I forgot to introduce the other people I have with me. Of course, I'm Chief Bisa French. I have Assistant Chief Simmons. I also have Lieutenant Bashan, who's done extensive research on this program, as well as Lieutenant Reyna over here, who has also done extensive research. So the cars are required to be kept off street parking, so it has to be kept in a driveway or a garage. If it extends beyond the 60 miles, because there is a 60-mile limit, they have to contact either a police department or a fire department and get permission to park the vehicle in a secured lot in one of those areas. So the vehicle can't just be parked anywhere or on the street. It has to be in a secure location.
Can I ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that the concerns that were raised at the Community Police Review Commission were answered here. So that is what I wanted. So it seems that there is no any issue. Reassure that it's fine. My other question is about the expenditure. So can you talk a little more about why it costs that for the cost pool? Like if we already have money into the cost pool to pay for the vehicles to be used. So what is this additional money for?
Sure. So the cost, the $142,000 cost, additional cost, it seems like a low number if we're allowing all of our officers to take vehicles home. But what people don't understand about that is that we already have a cost of vehicles, and we don't have the upfront cost that many other jurisdictions have of actually purchasing the vehicles. We have enough vehicles right now, fortunately and unfortunately, because our reduced staffed and because we're not allowing people that are on probation to actually take vehicles home. So we currently have enough vehicles right now to start the program. And so the additional costs come from two different areas, and it's the area of gas, the additional cost of fuel, and then the additional cost of maintenance on the vehicles.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going to put it out there that there's a cost for gas, but soon we're going to get electric, right?
We are getting 2 electric vehicles to try out, and so those should be coming in hopefully within the next week.
Yeah, so I just had to put it out there. I knew the answer. Dee is like, shut up.
We're starting with 2 as a pilot and seeing how that goes, and hopefully extending. And actually with this program, this will hopefully extend the use of our current vehicles so that when it comes time to purchase new vehicles, we'll be looking at purchasing electric vehicles as opposed to additional gas vehicles. Hopefully, with this program, it extends the life of the vehicle. Even though we're taking them home, they're not being used 24 hours day and night, so it actually extends the actual use of a vehicle as opposed to the vehicles now where we're replacing them every 3 years or so. They actually last 6 to 7 years because they're not being used 24 hours a day.
Thank you. I just did some quick math here. For one car, based on the data you have in your report, it's $70,000 per vehicle if assigned, and it lasts, or up to 6 years. And then if it's part of the pool, and these are just averages for the data that you put in there. If it's in the pool, it's every 2 years. For the total of 6 years is about $210,000. In 6 years, if it's in the pool, we're spending $210,000. If it's not in the pool, we're spending $70,000. Quick math, right? And I averaged out the others. So that seems like a savings of $140,000 per vehicle in a span of maybe about 6 years or so, give or take, right? So that seems like a positive. And then in regards to the on-duty versus off-duty, aren't our officers always on duty in a way?
We are always on duty.
Right, and not to bring in things from closed session, but we learned that before. Shaz was like, no, don't bring it in. But we learned that before, that they're always on duty. And that's a good thing as well, because in case of how I see it, in case of an emergency, should one of our bridges fall or something happens around the city of Richmond, we now have our officer being able to be home in their car already coming in to help. They don't have to wait to come into the marina to get their car to go back out to help out. Yeah. But even if they're on the other side of the bridge, they still have a police car that can even help the other side. Because if we have an earthquake, it's probably not just going to be central to Richmond. It's going to affect others. So, and then this is a retention tool.
It's definitely a retention tool. If you'll look at the data, there are several other agencies that have assigned vehicle programs, and most of those agencies are either fully staffed or close to fully staffed. And in talking to those other jurisdictions, they said the assigned vehicle program has been instrumental in being able to retain employees. Just in the last month, we had 3 employees leave to different agencies that have assigned vehicle programs.
In your report there, if I remember correctly what I read in there, some of your officers rather forego a bump in pay or a bonus to just be able to get this car? Paraphrasing?
Wait, that's, we have to meet and confer, and so we can't, okay, Shannon is supposed to be jumping in here saying, please don't say that.
Maybe forgo was the wrong word, but out of all the list of benefits you could be asking, this is a priority, so it seems like it's a big thing. You're not coming and asking us for $15,000 sign-on bonus, and I think Oakland's doing like $70,000. Right, so you're not asking us for $70,000 sign-on bonus. You're asking, how I see it, a way of saying, hey, you want to do more work? Take the car with you.
We've done extensive research in how we can recruit and retain our officers. We've done, just from our plan to reduce mandatory overtime in 18 months, just looking at every different way that we can retain the officers that we have, because we have 18 that can retire within the next 12 months. And how can we retain some of those people? And just giving, this, to me, a small token of, hey, take your car home, bring it back, and, reducing their own gas costs, that can, hopefully change somebody's mind in terms of, oh, I'm going to retire at the end of the year because I don't have to pay gas, to and from home, to, well, maybe I'll extend that to 18 months or 2 years because I have this benefit. And in looking at everything that different jurisdictions are offering, this type of program seems like the program that's able to retain more of the current officers that we have. And being that, we have 18 officers that can retire within the next 12 months, within the next year, which will set us back hugely if that happens. We just thought this was the best opportunity for us to be able to retain our officers.
Okay, thank you. And I wasn't saying this is you want this over that. That's how I paraphrased it. Everybody's like, what?
I have a quick comment.
Thank you.
I have a couple more questions. Yeah, so when you attract and retain officers so that all the vacancies are filled, will we need new police cars to provide everyone a car?
So, like I said, we have enough vehicles to start the program right now. We do have some vehicles that we are getting outfitted within the next few months. So that should be able to sustain us for at least the next year or probably two. And then so for the next 2 years, that will be enough vehicles to sustain us, and then we have to reevaluate at that point.
Okay, that's good to hear. And what will the service policy be to maintain the cars?
I'm sorry?
What will the service policy be to maintain the cars?
What do you mean by service policy? Like how often?
Yeah, like.
That won't change. We have a set schedule for the police department where we pick them up. They're set, like, say, this car's every third Thursday, this car's and it goes by 3,000 to 5,000 miles. And then we'll take and go to PD, mark them out of service and pick them up. That wouldn't change. That would stay the same. More of your detective type admin units, those are every 5,000 to 7,000 miles. And then they'll just schedule it in like they do now and say, hey, my oil change is due in, 100 miles or whatever, and we schedule them in. So that really won't change much for us.
So will the officer be riding the bicycle while his car is being processed?
And we have loaner
They
cars.
do have some loaner cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We may want them on bikes.
Bikes, maybe.
And we actually do have a schedule of projected cars that are incoming just based on the schedule of how they purchase vehicles and how many officers will have coming off of probation and stuff like that. So there is a schedule up to 27, 28.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I just wanted to share my experience. I worked at Caltrans, and I hated checking out cars. Having your own car, first of all, it gives you a sense of ownership. You take a good care of the car. You keep it clean. You keep, just take care of it like your own car. And then it's a lot safer, because if you have to check out the car each time, you have to adjust the mirror, side mirror, this, that, too many things. And if you forget one of them, it just adds to lack of safety. So I think giving cars to officers is important for safety, especially knowing they're police officers, they have to rush into things. One little adjustment makes it's just more comfortable when it's your own car rather than checking out somebody else's car all the time. And they spend a lot of time in their cars patrolling. So I'm totally for it, and if you allow me, I can make a motion.
Actually, we have other people who, and then, have we had public speakers yet? Not that even, so hold your horses. Councilmember Robinson.
So just one question, just concerned about liability. And I'm wondering, from the research that you did, what kind of liability concerns did other jurisdictions have? Like, what happens if somebody drinks and drives in their police car, or, gets into an accident where they're at fault and, there's like physical injuries, is involved in a crime, in the police car in another jurisdiction. I'm sure these things have happened, and I wonder, like, what's the frequency, what's the concern,
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilwoman Robinson. So in the research that we've been doing over almost the last year, looking at probably 25 to 27 different agencies, those agencies have not seen dramatic increases in officer collisions in their police cars. And in terms of addressing what happens if an officer gets in an accident, there's existing city policy and police department policy already in place that regulates that, because there are already certain personnel that have like a canine, that we assign them a dog because that's a special situation. They already take their car home. A traffic officer that rides a motorcycle already takes that home. So we already have direct policies that deal with how to handle that situation in terms of reporting, the discipline process, the retraining process. So through training, through policy, through management, and I want to highlight this, I think the council would be pleased to know that this is the route we're going with this program is not through the collective bargaining process, because rather than it being codified in an MOU, but through the management council process so that management can maintain control of the program. And it's for those concerns right there, Councilwoman, that we're even going in this vein, because management wants to have the right to revoke
if
and
needed.
exactly, which would be in line with policy and discipline and everything else that's already in place to address those kinds of concerns with our existing program.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Willis, did you have comments?
What comment?
All right. So Willis would like to make his comment in public.
He has 2 minutes. He has 2 minutes.
Yes, I would like to hear from the public, then vote. Comment done.
Public comment open.
Okay, our speakers are Ben Terriell, Jamin Purcell, and Marcel Cantu.
Good evening, Council. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. The POA clearly supports this. We all take an oath in law enforcement, and 24/7, 365, we're held by agency policies, as well as administrative policies that are applied by the city. So nothing changes. Police car, something happens, if we crash and we're at fault at work, it's the same thing as if we were driving to your house, wouldn't change. A ton of work has gone into this by the administration on policies, procedures, addressing the liability issues. It's going to be a great recruiting and retention tool that's going to put us ahead where we need to be, in front of people, ahead of the pack, instead of clawing around with everybody else. We do not want to lower our standards, as I've said numerous times, and this is going to be one of those tools, I think, that will keep us in great market condition for getting the type of police officers that we want in this city. So I hope that you approve this. A lot of people are watching, and we are very hopeful that this will be the thing that gets us over the edge, and appreciate all your concern. Thank you.
Jamin Purcell.
So I was at that meeting, and there was a lot of other things that were put out on the table. The taking home vehicles was kind of like not the major thrust of what was being proposed, which is one of the reasons why I think they didn't vote for it. That said, I'm going to be coming at this from a different angle, which is that police officer vehicles actually sit idle for about 60% of the time. That remains that they're about 20% of their gas tanks are just burning away while they're sitting there. That we just had a presentation about our trying to reduce fuel costs, trying to reduce particulates, trying to reduce all these things. And I think there's ways to address some of these concerns about, well, wait, what are they going to do with these vehicles? Which I think are they're called telematic devices, as well as tracking mileage, and as well making sure that there is heightened scrutiny of PM use of the vehicles with telemetric devices. So I'm from Anchorage, Alaska. They had a program like this. They totally screwed it up because mostly they didn't do the reporting. They didn't follow up on the things that were very basic. And it could have been a good program, because I do think there is some peripheral benefits, which is that when people are driving their own are taking these vehicles home, it actually makes the communities feel safer seeing them in their driveways. It's just one of the things that's constantly reported. And so I hope that there's a priority given to people who are Richmond officers specifically, if we're going to be implementing some program like this. And I think that overall we're going to see a reduction in the costs of the vehicles and maintenance. And I hope I don't get called out for defunding. I'm just saying I think it's going to reduce costs, and maybe that money could be better spent elsewhere.
Marcel Cantu. Okay, no more speakers.
All right. You may do what you've been wanting to do.
Thank you. I move that we pass it.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The
and
vote is
thank-
unanimous.
Motion has passed. And I want to thank you for indulging us and educating us as to how this program is going to work. It's, I think it does everyone good to have a better understanding of how the city works. And the fact that not a council member, the fact that a community member wanted to learn about it, I think made it worthwhile for you to spend time with us, even though it was late into the night, because they'll be able to watch it on their own time instead of our time. Anyway, thank you so much. And with that, I'm ready.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Go. We have to extend the meeting.
Oh, I thought that was the last item.
It was, but you haven't clicked the thing yet.
Oh,
We wanted to extend it just so you can, dang it.
no, no, I'm adjourning. Boom.